Chair, we are live.
Thank you, Heather. Board members, turn on your mics. And good evening, everyone. I am calling this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board to order. Today we are October the 24th, 2023. Melissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Guida,
Here.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Here.
Member Beachside.
Here.
Member Bienvenu,
Here.
Member Mather,
Here.
Member Valdo. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Melissa. Are there any changes to the agenda? Heather?
Yes, that's right. Agenda. 4 minutes. So for item number 8A, the text amendment regarding granting authority to the HDRB, the schedule was typed up differently from what I had planned. And so I'm going to give you several dates here. So the Historic Districts Review Board has to have its review after the public comment at City Council, the governing body. And so therefore, that's happening tomorrow. So November 14th is going to be the date for consideration of the text amendment. So, and just so you know, the process, council comment tomorrow, the Historic Districts Review Board, November 14th, the Quality of Life Committee of the City Council, November 15th, Public Works Committee of the City Council, November 27th, and hopefully adoption, November 29th. So that is my long way of saying the text amendment needs to be moved to November 14th. Other cases that need to be moved to November 14th as well for noticing purposes is item B, 2023-7314-HDRB 918D, Acequia Madre, Downtown and Eastside Historic District, Richard Martinez, agent for Christopher Richter and Todd Davis owners, requests a status review and primary facade designations on a contributing property. And then item 8F, 2023-7399 HDRB 1A Camino Pequeño, Downtown Eastside Historic District. There's no status. Courtney Matei, agent for Ann, and Kevin Cooney request historic status review and designation of primary. And those are the only changes to the agenda.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as just amended?
Madam Chair, a question.
Yes.
Heather, the text amendment has been introduced to City Council already. Tomorrow night, will there be public comment about the text amendment?
Yeah, there's a Chair Rios, Member Guida, there's a long progression as in moving bills through the process. So it was introduced on October 11th. And then tomorrow night is public comment at the governing body level. And then, of course, we'll have public comment available at the HDRB level as well, which will be incorporated into a final report for the governing body. There are comments.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have a question about that. The summary in our packet doesn't include the actual text that's proposed for incorporation into the code. Is that being reviewed by the City Council?
Rios, Member Beachside, yes, it is currently under review. That I committed that accidentally. So, but yes, the bill texts and red lines will be available for you in the at the November 14th.
Got it. Thank you.
Anything else, board members? It appears not. Is there a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Guida moves to approve as amended.
Beachside second.
Roll call vote, please, Melissa?
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather. Yes. Member Valdo.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. We have minutes of September 26th, 2023. Changes to any of these, this set of minutes? There's not. Is there? Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any changes, but I would just like to express my appreciation to staff and to the court reporter, as well as the city clerk, who I presume approved this change, that we're back to having a modified form of fuller minutes. I think that the way that they were done this time is very acceptable, and I'm glad that we've returned to that. Thank you.
Member Benvenu and I echo those comments. Thank you. I think that's important that we have a complete record.
And I would move to approve as submitted.
Rita will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Baldo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, we have six findings of fact and conclusions of law. Changes to any of these? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So case number 2023-6360, HDRB 502 Cerritos Road. That matter came before us twice. And one of the concerns I had in reading, actually after the hearing, after the discussion, and then as well in reading the proposed findings, is that the findings describe the canopy as a cantilevered steel canopy. I think Member Aguilar Medrano pointed out at the hearing that that would seem to require an exception, and I don't know if we ever had an adequate explanation as to why it did not. But in looking back at the plans, I just don't think that it's accurately described as a cantilevered canopy. I think it's more of a supported canopy. It looks like it's either rod supported or cable supported. So I would actually alter the language, because if it were a cantilevered canopy, I think it would be something that we could only approve the exception. So with that explanation, just before the findings of fact where it describes the canopy, I would replace the word cantilevered with hanger supported.
Any other changes?
I suppose once we get, so, okay, well, maybe we should take them one by one. So with that amendment, I would move to approve those findings of fact and conclusions.
Just a question. I know last time we agreed that these were going to be presented in order of hearing date to address the issue of board members that may or may not have been present during these cases. I'm not seeing that.
But something we missed, and I know we need to do, so I promise to do that. And here,
And Member Guida, I can sort of elucidate here. F, 1170 Camino de Laura was heard April 11th, 2023. B, 502 Cerritos Road was heard on May 23rd, 2023. The other four, A, C, D, and E, were all heard September 12th, 2020.
Thank you, Frank.
Anything else, board members, at this moment? If not, is there a motion to approve these?
Actually, I'll amend the motion just because I didn't hear any other proposed revisions, just to make this easier. I would propose that I would move that all the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law be approved as submitted with the one change indicated for case number 2023-6360, 502 Cerritos Road.
Do I hear a second?
Aguilar Medrano will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida.
No.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Baldo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Is there anyone in this room that wishes to come to the podium at this time and speak about any matters that are on your mind related to H Board?
Can you hear me? Yeah, now you can, right? I didn't know if you were going to be discussing this revision to 1452 later or not. But I have looked at it, actually, it's online and it's going to go in front of City Council tomorrow. And they're going to discuss it, I think. I mean, that's what I get from the agenda. So for me, One is technical. I'm not going to talk about that. But for me, what I would really like to see, first of all, I don't have any problem that the board should approve or deny exceptions. I think it's been written this way. The city was supposed to follow the law. Now they've changed it or changing it. But for the findings of facts, when it says you're going to make findings of facts, I would really like it to say, and after it says, insert after finding of facts and the evidence upon which it relies for each criterion. And so in other words, you just don't go, we're finding that all the criterion have been met. You actually have to say how each one, you know, what the applicant gave you to support each criterion, as opposed to just sort of this general statement. And it would really help, again, if somebody did have to appeal it, it would make a more complete record. And that would go for the height part too. And then the other thing that I'm really strongly, and I don't know that you understand this, but there's changes to the sign part. And I'm not sure because it's so poorly written, it has no active voice, something about approval and disapproval being put on the permit for the sign. And it says that the staff will review the application, but reviewing is not approving. And my suggestion on page 12, line 9, is that instead of saying, starting with approval or disapproval, it's the HDRB's approval or disapproval, and then the rest of the sentence, so that it's clear that the board actually makes that decision. And I say that because of the Lucchese case, which is still just up in Netherlands. And I think the staff would have tried to approve it because you had Pat Fergelli echoed by Heather that the Lucchese sign met the sign ordinance requirements, which it clearly did not, because they're asking for exceptions and variances. And so when you have false findings of facts being made by staff, I don't think the public can trust staff to make certain decisions. And I think signs, particularly in downtown, particularly around the plaza, are very important to maintaining the character of the plaza. And I would not want to see staff being able to approve these administratively. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else wishing to come forward and make any comments at this time? It appears not. Anyone on Zoom, Heather?
Yes, Adam John.
Can you hear me?
Adam,
You can hear me?
yes.
So, thank you. I also wanted to comment on the text amendment, which was removed from the agenda, so I'll do it here. First, just a technical note that there was not comment available on PrimeGov for this, though it is an important issue for the public to comment on. I spoke with Heather. It was a technical oversight, and I believe she forwarded some comments that are no longer relevant for this meeting because this was removed from the agenda, and I hope that you all received them. In the memo, it says, this is at the very bottom of the executive summary, it says the amendment would also remove the requirement that staff report application approvals and denials at HDRB. And this builds on what Ms. Benato just said. I think it's important. First of all, I'm not sure that, and maybe staff can comment on this, that, or board members who are longstanding, if staff have ever reported application approvals or denials at HDRB meetings. And I take that to mean staff approvals, administrative approvals. It seems like that is a good idea, so I'm not sure why we are removing it. I don't know if it needs to be read out but I think that it is staff approvals, administrative approvals and denials and their reasoning should be a matter of public record and should be included in the agenda. Perhaps it's in a bi-weekly manner instead of every single week, just to remove a couple of burdens on staff. And I see why this may have been added, but I find it to be moving away from transparency, and I think that is not good in this case. We need to know what the logic is behind approvals and denials, and I fully support more administrative approvals, but that will actually require us to have a better understanding of the processes that staff uses to do so. So I'm hoping that someone can elucidate this so that I can make more informed comments in front of the governing body tomorrow. Thanks all.
Thank you, Adam. Heather, if you wish to comment at this time, you have the floor.
Chair Rios, with reference to I'll start with the approval or disapproval, staff approval or disapproval of signed permits, which are administrative unless there are exceptions that are being requested. This is a practice that hasn't taken place in 25 years. Not to say that's right or wrong, but it is not something that has been done. Those are all reviewed through the building permit process and the reviewers of building permits on historic district staff, historic preservation staff. So the intent was to really clean up that section reflecting the practice, but I can understand comments that are made by the two speakers as to transparency. We are working both with current planning and then HDRB to have more resources for comment early on in the review process. So yes, transparency is very important to staff. So I will reach out and talk I will talk with those two folks just to maybe flesh that out a little bit more. And then when it comes to the realize as it's let me see, oh gosh, I can't read my writing. Evidence upon which it relies for each criterion, I think is a good addition, but that would be up to the board and the recommendation. So from a staff perspective, and if I understand Ms. Benedetto correctly, it's both for design and height that language should be added, and staff has no objection to that.
Okay, Heather, and Heather, are staff approvals listed anywhere where the public or anyone else can look at them?
I might defer to Gary Mokino to answer that question. We do have a permit review process. Not sure on that portal if it shows.
Areas, we don't have a listing of it, but if you get with permit division, that's where everything goes to for the sign approvals. Actually, the current planning is the one who does the sign approvals. Not been in HPD for a while.
But there is not an official list of the different approvals that are being done in your office.
No, not in our office. It's probably with current planning.
So planning does have that, or you have to,
I would have to find out if they have that list at all.
okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, board members? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as long as we're on this topic, I'll make a comment. I continue to believe, as the board expressed in a unanimously approved motion, that it's a mistake at this time to be tinkering with the language of the ordinance in any respect other than solving the immediate problem at hand. And that all that we need to do to solve the problem at hand is in changing that one sentence to say, instead of the board recommending exceptions, that we can grant those exceptions. And I think that to change anything else, whether it's the number of exception criteria as was proposed at one time, whether it's how to phrase the burden of proof on the exception criteria or any other tinkering, including the sign, I just think is a mistake when we're undergoing a complete review of the land use code and this entire ordinance. It would beg the question, why are we changing those sentences and not any other ones? Were we fine with the others? No. There are a lot of things we would change once we start moving into revisions. I really strongly believe, and I think the board agrees as well, that we only want to solve the one problem that's been lingering for a year, which is we need to be able to grant those exceptions.
Those comments, I see two board members nodding yes, and I would imagine the rest of the board probably agrees with you. Staff communications, anything under staff communication?
Chair Rios, on your desks are the calendars that were handed out last time for the year of 2024, establishing the dates of the Historic Review Board meetings. And staff needs an action by the HDRB on that so that it can be officially published on the city's website. So unless there's any objection to it, if you could please vote as to whether that calendar is acceptable.
We got a calendar last time, I think. Were there changes?
No, Chair Rios.
No changes. Is there a motion to, maybe, yeah.
So many comments, but I thought looking at this, that there are errors in the dates, and just tell me if I'm wrong. We're supposed to be on the second and fourth Tuesday of every month, I believe, but a lot of these are showing first and third Tuesdays for board meetings. The one I'm looking at, for example, is February 6th and February 20th in the very second month, and it kind of goes on like that. I just think an error somehow crept into this, and I don't know how that might affect all of the other dates.
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, we will re-review that and get back with you next.
No motion is necessary at this time until that is corrected or revised. Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Heather? Under staff communications?
Yes, one other thing, we're really pleased that have a new staff member as a planning. So we'll be helping or assisting the Historic Preservation Division, and Rebecca Clauser comes to us from York, Pennsylvania. She has a degree in community regional planning and also in public administration. And then she also in York worked with the Metropolitan Planning Organization in transportation planning. So she's a little new, but learns very fast. She had great recommendations from her fellow staff and supervisors there in York, Pennsylvania, and I think she's going to be a wonderful addition to our staff. And
Thank you, Heather. Hi, Rebecca. If you want to say a few words, this is your chance. And you have to speak right into that mic, otherwise we can't hear you.
Good evening. I am Rebecca. I'm very excited to work with you guys.
Thank you and welcome. Is that it, Heather?
yes, Chair Rios.
Okay, we have nothing under old business, and we have 8 cases under new business. I will limit public comments to 2 minutes, and Melissa, will you help me with that? And I do need to tell you that if you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal to the city council, the governing body. And you have to, you can do that up to 15 days after the findings and conclusions have been approved. With that being said, we'll move on to the first case this evening, which is located at 815 East Palace Avenue. Is that applicant here? 815 East Palace, the applicant is here. And may we have that report? This is Gary's case.
Yes, I'm texting IT. The TVs are not showing.
Bear with us for a minute or two.
And I've also texted to see if IT can help us with the timing as well. screens that hang from the ceilings are also flag. Perfect. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Rios and members of the board. This is case number 2023-007285-HDRB for 815 East Palace Avenue, unit number 30, requesting to construct a 96 square foot addition on a non-contributing structure. Property at 815 East Palace Avenue, Unit 30 is located on northeast side of Palace Avenue and east of La Vera Norte Street in Llano Campa. Property at 815 East Palace Avenue, Unit 30 is a single-family resident listed as a non-contributing in the downtown east side historic district, is in part of the Llano Campa. Llano Campa residents have defining characteristics including viga ends protruding out of the exterior walls with cementitious texture, adobe color stucco on all structures in the compound. The left photo indicates the existing entry portal, and then the bottom photo is showing where the new portal is going to be. This slide is showing the existing site plan and the proposed site. You can see the addition portal is going to go. 96 square foot portal will be at a height of 9 foot 10 inches to match the height of the existing portal northwest of the residence. Portal will be constructed of post and beam with upright viga posts, rough sawn beam, corbels, latillas on top and 2 concrete spot footings. Horizontal vigas will have oxidized copper caps, and the perimeter flashing will be of oxidized copper as well. Open roof will be topped with latillas on top of the beams. The color of paint and stain of the wood will be adobe brown, which will match the existing portal. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the applicant complies with section 1452D general design standards for all historic districts, 1452E downtown and east side design standards. The question.
Okay. Board members, any clarification questions for Mr. Mokino? It appears not at this time. Applicant or applicants, please come forward and get sworn in.
Right. Let me go and swear you in. You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Jeff Williams, 1341 Canyon Road, Apartment 2, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Good evening, Mr. Williams. Do you have anything more to add to what Gary just told us?
No, he described it perfectly.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's see if board members have any questions. Any questions or comments, board members? I believe that the porch gives some relief to that straight up two-story building. And I think it's a good option to put there. But if you have nothing to say, and if board members have no, oh, look, Member Bienvenu, no? I saw you move that mic. Anyone?
You were
from the-
just moving towards asking whether there was a motion. That was gonna-
Okay, well, I have to ask for public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on this particular case? And Stephanie Beninato is coming forward, and if she'll get sworn in. And if anyone else wants to comment, please form a line.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninado, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. My only question is about the use of the copper on the Vigas. I know, I wouldn't think that it would have been traditional. I would have thought tin would have been. And I know there have been times on this board where that has been a very controversial issue about using copper. I remember in particular a house on Galisteo near, I think it's Buena Vista. No, it's one block down, Granada, that had copper on the Vigas, and it was a very, again, hot topic. So I just bring that up as a question as to whether now copper is acceptable by the board or not. Thank you. And I know it's non-contributing. Maybe that makes a difference. So I just bring it up as a question.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mr. John Eddie's coming forward.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
On Eddie, number 14, Avenida Campo Verde, Santa Fe. Is Ms. Benato sworn in?
Yes.
Did I missed that? I must have dozed off, sorry. Madam Chair, board members, thank you. Whenever it comes to Vigas and Portales, I always kind of have to put in a 2 cent here. I'm a fan of Portales, so I do approve of this idea. I noticed in the drawings that the vertical profile of the Viga posts are coming up straight to the horizontal member. And in past, I've always tried to admonish builders to avoid doing the pencil sharpening taper at the end to meet a smaller beam on a horizontal. So I noticed in the drawings that these are straight coming up. And I just wanted to get an assurance from the owner that that's what they do intend to do and that they would avoid pencil sharpening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. And Sir applicant, if you wish to comment in reference to those Vigas? The Viga ends, are they going to go straight up or are they going to be penciled?
It would go straight up because we're trying to duplicate the other portale that's there and other ones in the compound. And same thing goes with the copper. It's pretty prevalent in that compound. A lot of people have the caps on the Vigas and it's done with copper. Once they oxidize, it tends to, when it's not so reflective, and we will put a chemical treatment on there to make it oxidize quicker. So basically it. We won't pencil sharpen.
Thank you. Anyone else in this room wanting to speak in reference to this project? No one else? Anyone on Zoom?
So nobody has their hand raised.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion. Yes, Ms. Buchheit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one clarification for the applicant. Your house currently has some oxidized copper caps on the other portal. Is that correct?
I believe that's true. We could look at the photograph. I'm the contractor. I'm not the owner of that.
Yeah, I think I see them in the photograph that you submitted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Guida,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion.
forward.
Case 2023-007285 HDRB 815 East Palace, number 30. I move that the board approve the project as submitted.
Rod Madrano will second.
Nothing further to add. Roll call vote, please.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Baldo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachite,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next case is also located on Palace. It's at 847 East Palace. Is that applicant here? And this is Paul's case. Paul, may we hear from you?
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Give me one moment, please.
Brent, just tell me next slide.
Thank you, Heather. Next slide, please. Sorry, Madam Chair, board members. This is case number 2023-006965 HDRB at 847 East Palace Avenue. Downtown and East Side Historic District, it's non-contributing, and the agent, Lightfoot Inc., agent for Chris Norris, owner, requests historic status review with primary facades designation. The building at 847 East Palace Avenue is a single-family residence listed as non-contributing to the Downtown and East Side Historic District. The residence was built on a 1.142 acre lot as a single-story, four-bedroom, 3,118 square foot residence in 1940. The building was built in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style as identified with the high-rounded parapets and window recesses. The building is characteristic of its time to the Downtown and East Side Historic District as seen through the thoughtful architectural design and construction. The western facade maintains the core adobe design elements. However, there has been a significant amount of remodeling done on the north, east, south, and west facades with the addition of new doors and windows, a second story, a portal, and additional structures throughout the property built around 1982. Here's a floor plan of the current residence today. Here is the existing north elevation and the south elevations, showing the addition, the second story addition, the portal on the north elevation, and the sunroom on the south elevation. Here are the existing east and west elevations. The west elevation on the bottom showing the two windows, that would be the core element where the core adobe structure remains today. We can see throughout this structure on the second story, the portal, the south elevation with the addition of the sunroom, there's been quite a bit of remodeling done on this structure. Here's an aerial from Murphy's HCPI report from 1978 showing the core footprint of the structure. So here's the additions pre-1982, and John Murphy's report, he does a great job in establishing the pre-1982 footprint. You have your core building and then the additions surrounding it, the additions. Here's a facade diagram showing the different facades on the north, east, south, and west. After review, I initially was leaning towards that western facade, being that it had the core elements of the adobe structure. But because of the additions and the windows and some of these other elements, it was kind of a hard argument to make that it is contributing. Here's a view from the south elevation facing north. Southeast elevation of the second floor addition. The second floor addition and the windows. The north elevation of the second addition and the windows. And the north elevation with the portal and the patio. And the northwest elevation. Again, the northwest elevation. Staff recommends the historic status of the structure be maintained as non-contributing per 14-5.2C designation of significant and contributing structures. Staff is open for comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Very nice report. So from the original 1940s building, there was really not much left of the original footprint, correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
And then there's lots of changes that have occurred.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Any other comments? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for your report and the tour today. You know, I came into this thinking this might be a bit of a hard case, but I don't think it really is. I agree with your report. But one of the things that I thought might be very significant here is the owner's role in literally writing the book on solar greenhouses. And I thought this was probably the original version of that, but just confirm for me that that's not in fact the case, that this is a much later version of a greenhouse, number one, that he built, and number two is, has been modified to a large extent since it was originally built, and is non-historic. So those things are all true, I believe, correct?
Madam Chair, Member Bienvenu, that is correct. After talking with Ms. Yonda, she explained that the initial solar home was built in Nambe. And that was kind of where they were building that in northern New Mexico. And when they moved down to this property, I believe in the 1960s, they did do some additions, but they weren't working in the solar on that home. It was more in northern New Mexico.
Right. Appreciate that. So thank you for that. And I agree with you that it's a very nice characteristic house of that neighborhood, even with all its additions, but they are non-historic. I think there's very little left of this structure, visually speaking.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Any other comments or questions? If not, will the applicant please come forward and get sworn in?
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Cherry, 2351 Fox Road, Suite 800, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Cherry, and do you have anything to add?
I agree with staff's report. I agree with John Murphy's report. I think it's a highly modified structure. So that's really all I have to add, is that I agree with everything that's been presented.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions for the applicant? No questions? Anyone from the audience wishing to come to speak? It appears Mr. Eddy is going to speak, and he's already been sworn in.
Madam Chair, board members, thank you. And I do agree with the recommendation of non-contributing on this property. But I wanted to just convey my appreciation to the applicant for not only engaging Mr. Murphy to do a report on this, which I think is immensely helpful to not only you all, but it goes into our historic record in Santa Fe. So to see these names coming back into our consciousness, of Bill Yonda, Wayne Nichols, people like this, who were people spearheading counterculture architectural movements in New Mexico, is really heartening to me, because I don't want those individuals to be lost in our history, and it's due to reports like this that they have done on this property that keep them coming back to us. So I really commend the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment on this particular project? No one? Anyone on Zoom? Heather,
There's no hands are raised.
thank you. I will entertain a motion, board members. Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2023-006965 HDRB at 847 East Palace Avenue, I move to approve the application as submitted, which maintains the structure's non-contributing status.
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Baldo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, applicant. And next case is located at 1062 Camino San Acacio. Is that applicant here? Let's like the applicant is here, and this is Lanny's case. Lanny? Is the applicant here, Lanny? Is that the gentleman or no?
See them, are they online? Becky?
Is the applicant for 1062 Camino San Acacio here? If so, please raise your hand. It appears the applicant is not here. I would suggest that this case be moved to the end of the agenda. Is there a motion to do so?
Beachside so moves.
Rita seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Excuse me, Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu, Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next case is located at 616.5 Galisteo Street. And that is also your case, Lanny. And is that applicant here? Are there more than one applicant?
Apologize, I left my glasses, the correct glasses, so I can't see what I'm doing. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. This is case 2023-7357 for 616.5 Galisteo Street, requesting demolition of a non-contributing structure. I would like to make one correction to the information provided in the packet, and that is that the Orrs are no longer the owner of the property. The property is now owned by the Museum of New Mexico Foundation, and this is actually their request for demolition. 616.5 Galisteo Street is located on the west side of Galisteo and is the third property in from the street behind 616 and 616.5 Galisteo. The building is connected to 620 Galisteo Street on the west elevation and a structure at 1409 Paseo de Peralta on the north. The building at 616.5 Galisteo Street is a 1,351 square foot single-family residence listed as non-contributing through the Don Gaspar Area Historic District. The property is landlocked with no legal access from either Paseo de Peralta or Galisteo Street. The building is known as the Hammer House, and it was constructed somewhere between 1935 and 1940 in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style, with a front portal with header and wood ceiling on the east facade. The portal has a gable roof over it, where the rest of the structure is a flat roof. The building is constructed of a combination of concrete block and adobe with a stucco finish in a cream color. There's a mix of windows, including vinyl and wood, with some fixed, some casement, and some double hung windows. 3 exterior doors consist of 2 6-panel wood and 1 9-panel wood door. The applicant came before the HDRB for a status downgrade on September 12th. The board downgraded the property to non-contributing due to the large number of changes to the building. It does not contribute to the Don Gaspar Area Historic District. The applicant now requests to demolish the residence for life and safety reasons. No structure is planned to replace the residence. The owner plans a lot consolidation to merge the property with the lot at 1411 Paseo de Peralta. The owner might create a courtyard area on the lot in order to have it blend with the Museum of New Mexico Foundation's property. The applicant has addressed the demolition criteria, and the city building inspector has provided a review of his inspection of the structure. Staff agrees with the applicant's demolition criteria based on the fact that the HDRB did downgrade the structure to non-contributing, indicating that the structure is not of historic significance, that it does not contribute to the historic district, and that the demolition is for life and safety reasons. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14.52H for the Dungas Bar Area Historic Design Standards. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Lanny. You indicated on our field trip today that this building has a lot of mold, correct? Is that,
Yes, it's got black mold on the inside.
and even though I know that we've already, that the building is downgraded, it's not publicly visible from any public way, is that correct? And not a very large building. It's approximately what, 1,400 square feet?
13 and a little bit, yeah.
Any other questions, board members or comments? It appears not. Applicant or applicants, please come forward.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Chair, members of the commission, my name is Carl Summer. My address is P O Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504. We agree with staff's recommendation. The historic importance has been established as not being important. It's not a question of whether we're demolishing or ruining a streetscape that won't be reestablished because this isn't in the streetscape, can't be seen. And finally, the condition is, as the report indicates, the property, it's falling down and it's dangerous. So we would request that you approve the application to demolish.
Thank you, Mr. Summer. Any questions for Mr. Summer, board members? No, anyone from the public wish to speak on this project?
Stephanie Benato, I've already been sworn in. I live just a couple of houses away from Ms. Hammer. And I'm really sorry that the house has gone to such ruin. She lived in it for a long time. She had a son, but apparently he wasn't helping her too much. I think the whole lot has been irregular for forever. I'm not even sure it had an actual like address, like PO box, like a PO box on the street. And it makes sense, I guess, that the Museum Foundation has acquired it. However, I do remember them promising to landscape the parking lot going out to Galisteo. And so far, all they've put up is one tree in that entire long stretch there. And I also just want to say it is too bad that we are losing this house because, first of all, you can see it if you're looking from a certain angle from Galisteo. But I believe that whole, what is now the foundation's driveway, was actually a road, or a road might be too much of a word, like more than a trail, maybe not for vehicles, but you could walk all the way through there. And so there was access to that house at one point, and I think we lose that part of the fabric of telling that part of the story of how that section was a long time ago. And again, I had two houses at 604 Galisteo, and there are 10 houses right there. There were that were from 1890s. And so it was a cluster of historic homes. And although this was later, it did contribute to that fabric and to the patterns of what were actually in that little area. And so I am sorry that it will be lost.
Thank you. Anyone else in this room wishing to speak on this project? No. Anyone on Zoom? No one else on Zoom. I just wanted to say to Beth that, that it's in the condition that it's in. I really am intrigued by the entryway. And I know that, is this correct, Lanny? There's really no land surrounding this property, correct? Because on the field trip, there's a lot of land to the east of the property, but it doesn't belong to this
That is correct. The
building.
to the east is
Okay.
the other property.
Thank you. So board members, if you have nothing further to say, Member Benvenu?
Chair, yeah, I would echo that it is sad that this building fell into this state of repair. I know it had nothing to do with the applicant, but this is a building that should have been saved. but it is clearly too late for that now, and that all the criteria have been satisfied, so I'd be prepared to make a motion. Okay, in case number 2023-007357 HDRB 616.5R Galisteo Street, I would move that consistent with staff's recommendation and the matters presented by the applicant and the state of the record as made today, that pursuant to 14-3.14G, all criteria for demolition have been established, specifically criteria 1, whether the structure is of historical importance. The structure was designated non-contributing and downgraded at a prior meeting of the board. So that criteria is satisfied. Criteria 2, whether the structure for which demolition is requested is an essential part of a unique street section. As noted, this is not publicly visible or has extremely minimal public visibility, and therefore it has been established that it is not an essential part of a unique street section. And criterion 4, the state of repair or structural stability of the structure under consideration. The record establishes that the structure is in extremely poor shape as a public safety hazard. And for those reasons, demolition is appropriate.
Revenue,
Guido will second.
we heard a second. Anything further to add? Nothing further? Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachai,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, applicant. Next case is located.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt just for a comment about the last case. One of the things that occurs to me is, especially as we are doing a code rewrite, is some of the absurdity of our consideration of demolition of properties. I certainly agree with the result in this case. The condition of the property alone justifies it. But because for demolition and for status, because we generally review these cases in a vacuum, we pretend that there's going to be no follow-on case, no addition, no replacement of the building. We don't have the opportunity to weigh in on things like, the possibility of kind of recreating that form in the future, or of things that down the road. We just say, okay, well, this is satisfied these conditions and it's wiped away forever. And, the Secretary of Interior Standards provides for consideration of demolition, partial demolition in conjunction with new proposals. And so demolition is not only on the grounds of condition alone or life safety alone, which are certainly the prevailing factors here, but there is the opportunity to produce a kind of mitigating effect in the newer proposed design. It's something that's missing in a lot of what we do, both in terms of determination of status. We've talked about how status is often used as a weapon to guard against that, perhaps wrongfully so. But also in this case, it points to, the idea that, yeah, well, we can let a building get this far. And certainly there are cases, and I'm not saying that it's the case in this one, but benign neglect where we can get demolition. And I just think that we're missing out on a tremendous part of preservation practice in the city of Santa Fe. And these losses probably wouldn't be felt as hard had we a more rational process around this.
Your comments, if I'm not mistaken, I think that at one time, the board would require that we see what was coming up at the same meeting. And then at some time, it was decided that you would hear the demolition, but not hear what was going to replace.
It's a flawed process, I think.
Any other comments, board members? Yes, Member Burnett.
Just along those lines, I mean, the criteria does state, in addition to whether or not it's an essential part of the streetscape, we're to consider whether or not it should be reestablished. And so that it does seem to like beg the question, like, why don't we hear? If we were to find that it should be reestablished, we couldn't approve the demolition without that second piece. It does seem to be inconsistent with the
Something
code.
else to be revisited.
Yeah.
Right. Make a little note. Every time we do something like this, someone should take note. Okay. Next case is located at 120 Martinez. Is that applicant here? The applicant is here. And this is Ramon's case. Ramon, may we hear your case?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is case number 2023-007799-HDRB. The owner proposes demolition of a non-contributing garage at 120 Martinez Street. "120 Martinez is located on the west side of Martinez between Hillside Avenue and the north and East Palace Avenue to the south. The property is outlined in red on the left image. On the right, the garage is outlined in yellow. There is little to no streetscape value to the garage. In case H95, so that was 1995-184, this garage was approved for demolition, and this finding has expired. The south and east elevations. The east and north elevations. As you can see, there's no roof. The City of Santa Fe building official Bobby Padilla determined the structure to be in poor condition. The walls are deteriorating and there appears to be no foundation. That was just this July. Couple detail views on the left from the west looking east. On the right, view from the interior looking south. Staff recommends the historic status of the structure be maintained as non-contributing per 14-5.2C designation of significant and contributing structures. Staff recommends approval of the garage demolition as it was approved in H95-184 and finds that the applicant complies with section 14-3.14G demolition of a historic or landmark structure.
Thank you, Ramon. Ramon, did you say in 1995? Is that the year that it was recommended for demo?
That's correct, Madam Chair. That's correct.
Any questions for Ramon, board members? No questions? Will the applicant or applicants please come forward?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Josephine Crayon, 120 Martinez Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Yes, ma'am. Oh. Did you already swear her? Okay. Do you agree with staff's recommendation?
Yes,
And do you have anything further to add?
I do not.
And board members, do you have any questions for the applicant? For the applicant, anyone from the public wishing to speak? Stephanie Beninatto has been sworn in. Just wanted to say something.
Stephanie Beninatto, I've already been sworn in. I find it, if I was home, I'd probably be laughing out loud because you have a demolition permit that was approved almost 30 years ago, and yet the building is still standing. So what does that tell you about the demolition process? Maybe 30 years ago, I don't know if it's actually different today, or do you just go and say, oh, sure, you can knock the building down. Oh, that's a little degraded. It's okay. Because again, if it was supposed to be knocked down 30 years ago, but it's still standing, I really have to wonder about that first demolition permit. Thank you.
Thank you. That was 28 years ago, and we are hearing this as a new case, not, yeah, they're just indicating what happened in 1995. Anyone else wanting to speak on this project? No one? Anyone on Zoom? No one on Zoom. Board members, what are your wishes?
Make a motion?
Please. Member Guida.
2023-007-400 HDRB 120 Martinez Street. I move that the board approve the garage demolition in line with staff recommendations.
Is there a second?
Each I have a second, noting that all criteria for demolition have been met.
Thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Next case is located at
Same.
514 Camino Cabra. This is Lanny's case.
Madam Chair, his name, I need to recuse myself from this case, and I'd just like to thank my colleagues for hearing it.
Let the record show that Member Beachside is recusing herself from this case, and she's stepping out of the room. So Lanny, you have the floor.
Madam Chair and Member Beachide. Member Beachide. I know it's common for, if there is a member that feels necessary to disqualify or recuse themselves, to step out of the room. Nothing in the code requires that. And additionally, since Member Beachide is the applicant in this case, she's entitled to be in the room because it doesn't make sense for the applicant to be excluded. So I wanted to make that record and maybe ask Member Beachide if she wants to remain in the room.
Thank you. And maybe if the applicant feels uncomfortable being in the room, I think it would be the option of the applicant to leave the room.
It's up to her, but I believe that she should be allowed to remain if she wishes to remain.
Other board members are going to make this. decision.
We're ready to proceed.
Lanny, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Member Mathers.
Thank you. This is case 2023-7361 HDRB for 514 Camino Cabra, requesting to construct an addition, repair and replace windows, redesign a driveway, and other alterations on a contributing structure. 514 Camino Cabra is located on the west side of the street, just south of the corner of Camino de Lora. The residence at 514 Camino Cabra is a territorial revival style, single-family residence designated as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The Historic Preservation Division does not have an HCPI or HBI form on file. However, the county assessor's office shows that the dwelling was built in 1933 and a garage was added in 1980. The defining characteristics of the property are the territorial style porch, brick coping and masonry along the base of the home, and wood surrounds on the windows. According to previous case minutes, the rock portion of the yard wall appears to have been constructed in 1927 or 1928, and a portion of it might have been constructed in conjunction with Cristo Rey Church. We did not find evidence of that in the site visit today. The contributing yard wall is seen here in the upper photo, and the unique rock portion of the home is on the lower portion of the lower photo. Minutes from the previous cases also indicate that the living room addition was constructed on the southwest in the 1960s, while the bedroom addition was constructed on the northwest in the 1970s. The portal on the north elevation was constructed in 2005. The western elevation of the home consists of the 1960s and 1970s living room and bedroom additions, the 1980s garage to the north, and the 2005 Portal addition connecting the 1970s addition to the 1980s garage addition. On May 9th of 2017, under case H17033A, the board designated the north and east elevations of the structure as primary. The portal on the north elevation was excluded because it is not a historic portal. The north elevation, or facade 2 in this diagram, including the non-historic portal, the east elevation of the house, facades 1 and 2, and the rock and adobe portions of the yard wall along the street front were designated primary. Want to make sure I said excluding the portal, sorry. On July 25th of 2006, under case H0651, the board approved to increase the parapet heights in sections of the west, north, and south elevations, but denied the use of the brick cap on the parapets. The HDRB also required that the slope of the roof be retained so that it would not exceed the existing east elevation parapet and allowed the existing historic brick coping parapets to remain. Now the applicant proposes the following exterior alterations. They would like to construct a 168 square foot addition on the south elevation to extend the sunroom. Windows will match the other south elevation white wood windows. The stucco in El Rey cementitious suede to match the existing residence. Replace windows and doors on the south elevation. All windows will be white wood trim and columns. They would like to repair the brick coping on the parapets and add a reddish brown metal cap to protect the coping, and install a ramp with a black metal railing at the existing entry portal on the north facade. They'd like to remove part of the existing adobe and stone wall on the west side of the residence to create a driveway turnaround. The section to be removed is the north side of the wall. And I believe we decided it was actually part of the contributing wall today. The replaced portion of the wall will be set back to create the turnaround for the parking. The applicant will also repair and paint existing windows as noted on the window assessment provided by RPA and Associates. No exceptions are necessary for the work proposed to this contributing building because the proposed additions and the windows and doors to be replaced are on primary, not on non-primary facades. The question is whether or not that portion of the wall might be needing an exception. The sunroom addition is visible on the east facade, which is a primary facade. However, it is set back 10 feet from this primary facade. And as can be seen in this southern elevation, new windows and doors in the sunroom will have divided lights where the existing are single pane full panel windows. The doors will be on either side of the addition as they are now, but they will be double doors rather than single. The west elevation with the additions from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and 2005 will also show the new sunroom addition on the south of the building. And while we were at the field trip, board members requested that there be some clarification regarding this yard wall. As can be seen in these photos, the rock portion of the yard wall is the lower portion of the yard wall. This is the contributing portion of the yard wall. Some of this portion is on the northern section, which is the photo to the right. And this is the section that is being requested to be removed. The first course of rock will remain as it is the corner, but the remaining courses going from the corner to the west, approximately 6 stone stacks are visible, and each stack is about 10 rocks per stack. With the landscaping in front of the rock, it is unclear how close this wall gets to the residence. We are presuming it meets up with the residence. And so we need to decide whether or not the change to this requires an exception. Previously, staff recommended approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complied with section 14.52D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. It would be just a question of that yard wall, whether or not we can do that without an exception. I stand for questions.
Lanny, could you kindly repeat what you indicated that the H board denied regarding the brick parapet?
They denied putting the copper cap in the lower right-hand corner, that type of cap on the parapets previously.
That is not what is being asked for tonight, or it
Is what's
is?
being asked.
It's being asked for again?
Yes.
And would that hide the brick? For the most part? I'll ask the applicant.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah.
how big of a
Okay.
cap he's looking at. The one in this example is pretty deep. In the past, the Historic Preservation Office has allowed those as long as they do not take over half of the top layer of brick.
So as long as half of the top layer shows, then that is allowed for them, for the Historic Preservation Office.
As we have moved previously, yes.
Any other questions or comments, board members, at this time? None. Applicant, it's Richard Martinez. Please get sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. State your name and address for the record, please.
Richard Martinez, Martinez Architecture Studio, PO Box 925, Santa Fe, New Mexico. This project comprises 5 sections. The first one is that we do propose a new roof on this house. The existing roof leaks, especially those brick coping parapets. With the way that they have sealed them with stucco coming over the top of them, it doesn't work. We need to have a cap on top of the parapets. This has been approved in the historic district. It's not that we're going to hide. This photo that I have is a photo that I could find that shows the idea of the metal parapet, but we don't propose to hide a whole course of brick. If you decide that we can only hide half of the top course, that means that the lip is let's say 1.5 inches tall, then that's what we'll do. But we need a cap. It has failed. The roof is leaking into the house because the water is coming in and into those walls, because the water is coming in to those onto those brick copings. The plaster on top is not a good solution. As you can see, it's fairly messy, doesn't look nice, and we will fix the parapets where the bricks are loose or they're not well attached to the house, and then we'll put a cap over the whole thing so that on the inside, the roof comes up to the top of the parapet, and the cap goes over that roofing on the inside, and then on the outside, the cap comes right over the top course of the brick parapet, so that water does not get into the walls itself. I would imagine that this is something that you have seen on other projects, because it comes up all the time. I have in the past been involved in projects in which there was a brick coping without a metal cap, and because of the way that those things have failed, I have promised myself that I am never going to be involved in a project where there's a brick coping and not a metal cap, because we have to keep the water from between the roofing and the metal, and the brick coping on top. Part of the problem of the roofing is that right now the main roof pours on, the water from the main roof pours onto the roof of the portal in the back, the one that we propose to modify. that connection between the two will also be addressed when we expand this portal. What I'm proposing is to bring out the center section of the portal. You saw the plans, so that there's more space in that. Right now, it's so narrow that it's very difficult to have living space within that. We plan to have like an eating area and a sitting area in there, and wide enough doors that you can come out to the yard with a tray, holding the tray of food when you come out to the outside. The front portal, I'm also proposing that we do some modifications of the front portal in terms of putting up iron railings and putting up a ramp in an area where the driveway is coming closer to the top of to the level of the portal, so that it's easier to get into the house. Right now, there are 2 steps in the lower section of the driveway on the front portal. Those steps are not to code. They're very dangerous, and I would like to move it up a little bit and put a ramp instead of these steps, so that we are able to get people into the house much more easily. Parents of the applicants, things like that. The other thing is the driveway. I don't know if you pulled into the driveway of this house, but I have. 3 times I've had to back out onto the street, and it's very dangerous. 2 of the times that I had to back out on the street, we had somebody standing in the middle of the street saying when it was optional, or when it was possible for me to pull out backwards into the street, so that traffic didn't come up. We are trying to do some things to modify that situation, to make it possible that you can get out on the street and you don't have to back out onto the street itself. One of the ways is on the north side of the driveway. There's a wooden fence that comes out along the driveway that separates us from the neighboring house. We do have some area. The fence does not follow the property line. If we move the fence back so that it follows the property line, we get a little more visibility on that side. We don't have, because of the way the curb cut is, the way you go into the street, we cannot drive in that area, but at least it means we can see better on that side of the driveway. The other thing is on the side where the wall is right now, we propose to not touch the wall, this beautiful wall that is on the street, but where it comes back to the house, as we understood it, the non-contributing part of the wall, we propose to do some modifications so that we have a back out space on the property, so that we're not backing into the street, so that the car can back into that space and turn around and come out on the street frontwards. And I tried to illustrate that in my site plan so that it is much more safe, and it doesn't require somebody standing in the street flagging cars down if they're coming and telling you when it's possible to drive back. With that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Richard. On this photo, on the top photo that's showing the brick coping.
Yeah.
How much of that would be hidden by the cap, by the metal cap that you're proposing?
If I can go up to the.
Yes, take a mic with you.
I'll be right back.
Oh.
Depth only to protect the top of the brick coping. So the metal cap would not come down further than the middle of the top course brick.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of that front wall that has the arched opening on the portion that you're going to take off, you're planning on taking off all the portion on the north side?
Yes. Yes,
And then how are you going to hold up the rest of the wall that's existing?
on the street,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to turn the corner. I tried to indicate that again on my drawings so that there's some thickness to it. So you're not looking at a thin edge of the adobe wall. So it is like 1.5 feet deep. So the wall is turning slightly so that there's some thickness to the wall.
And all that stone on that side that you're planning, that's all going to come off. That's part of the historic portion of the wall.
At least the top layers of that stone are going to have to come off in order to be at the level of the driveway. I don't know how far down that goes underground. So there'll be some portion of that stone wall that remains underground.
Thank you. Other questions? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Mr. Martinez, for your presentation. It's a great project. Just a couple questions on the same two topics. So the metal capping, what's odd about the parapet now is that it has this apparently a stucco cap over the brick, which is bizarre. But do you think that was added when the metal cap was denied back in 1996? Or did it predate that?
Maybe it predated that, but it was maybe augmented and that time to try to keep the water from going between the bricks and protecting that top surface.
Okay, so perhaps someone had already had historically, perhaps even some kind of stucco up there to protect the brick, but you think probably it's been added to over the years?
Yes, I say that because there are other places that have had stucco on top of the brick in order to try to keep that water out.
Right. So now in your proposal, are you going to remove that stucco cap and get back to the brick and then put the metal cap directly over the brick?
Yes.
Okay. I was a bit concerned about the idea of having cap on cap on cap on cap ad infinitum. Okay.
Yes, it doesn't, the cap that's existing does not work. And it doesn't allow for keeping the water from penetrating the layers of.
And it'll be removed.
And it'll be removed, yes.
Right.
And replaced with the cap.
Okay, and you're okay with the idea of being consistent with staff's previous practice of having the cap extend no further than half of the first course or the top course of the.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, that's what I intended.
Oh,
I just, this photo is the one that I could find that would illustrate the idea of the cap, but I didn't intend it to be that deep.
yeah, I knew that that was not what you were intending, the photograph, but you're still okay with just the minimal cap that's been proposed. It only covers no more than half of the top course.
That's correct. Yes,
Yep.
I'm fine.
All right. And then the wall, the stone wall is quite beautiful and looks, I mean, to me, very significant for the neighborhood. The adobe on the wall looks non-historic. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I believe that the adobe is non-historic and was added later. I don't have any proof of that, but just the way that it's laid. And I just dislike adobe walls that have
Cement mortar.
Cement mortar. It just does not age well.
Right. And the arch is cement mortar too. Aesthetically, it's not ideal. And
But I understand that that the tourist buses go by that street and they stop in front of that wall and point out the adobe construction, because it's one of the few places where you can actually see adobes in this town. Yes, very nice.
of course, that's where the tour bus goes, right up the Camino Cabo. Okay, so I guess we are concerned based on our site visit though about the wall, the historic contributing wall that moves up the driveway on the north side of the property. There's not that much of it, but there's a little bit that's showing. And I completely understand your proposal and why you need that, because I think it's unsafe even going out face first onto that street, because you have no visibility to the right or to the left, and cars are going at very high speeds, particular stretches. I do think that you have an extreme safety hazard right there. But I guess I'm just a little concerned, again, we get back to this issue of exceptions. Do we need to have an exception be granted in order to do anything to remove any of that rock wall on the north side of the rock wall?
I didn't think that we needed any exception because the contributing section of the wall is the street facade.
That's what your
This is not.
understanding is.
Yeah,
That makes
that's right.
sense, but does staff agree with that, or is there some confusion? Because it sounded like perhaps the entire wall is contributing. I just don't know what the case is.
So in the motion from the previous hearing, it states that the rock portion of the wall is the contributing portion of the wall. And the way it sounded in those minutes to staff was that it was only that which was along the street. So that was my first interpretation. When we were having the conversation at the field trip, we discussed that that's not normally how it's done. It's the entire wall. So there was a little bit of question as to whether or not that northern part was part of the contributing structure.
So how do we resolve that for purposes tonight? Yes.
Chair Rios, member Bienvenue. Regardless, it will be removal of historic material. And so that begs the question, that there is concern. There are no like primary facades designated on walls and fences, as we've considered them in the past. So if the applicant were proposing to remove the adobe topper, I am not sure that would be of concern, but that is historic material that will be removed, just defer to the board for their consideration of whether an exception.
Okay, well, how about this? Is there, I mean, really the rock wall part of the driveway section of the wall, the north side, really is not visible for very far before it disappears into the ground. It's mainly in the adobe wall that's visible. Is there any chance of preserving more than just the very edge of that and still achieving your purposes? Of any of that visible portion of the rock foundation of the wall?
It is very possible to preserve that, but it won't be visible. It'll be underground because we'll be driving over it. But it's very possible. I haven't worked out exactly what the height of the turnaround would be in terms of this stone wall. But as you saw, the stone wall just disappears into the ground right now. It is visible on the inside of the wall. You can see it from the house side of the wall. So it is possible that we would take off the adobe and not take off the stone and make a driveway that sort of aims upward so that we can, they can just pull up and then come in.
What I'm wondering.
It's possible.
I can
I would-
completely understand why you need to get rid of the wall and the adobe part, but if you can maintain that little section of rock. That would be- That's all I.
There's any other questions or comments? No. Anyone in the audience wishing to comment on this particular project? Looks like John Eddie wants to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. This is a really lovely house, and I think you all will agree with me that it contributes very strongly to that streetscape of Camino Cabra. So I'm glad that the concerns have been raised both about the parapet cap as well as this wall. I'm hoping that the applicant can assure the board that that elevation of historic stone can be saved. So I leave that to you to try to hold them to that in some way. The irony of the metal cap is that the whole purpose of these brick parapets came about in the beginning of the territorial years to try to protect adobe walls. So there are houses in Santa Fe, such as Gustav Bauman House, that has such a parapet. It's unfortunate that probably not correct standards of construction expertise might have been approached on that house, and they did not do a cap on that wall sufficiently. It is probably possible to pretty well weatherproof the top of a brick parapet, but that's, no need to get into that argument. I think the addition of a metal cap may be necessary in this case, but it's really ironic because we're modernizing as we go. We modernized over Adobe to territorial, and now we're having to cap everything with metal. So that's just kind of where we are in life. But I hope this house can be preserved as much as possible, as it really does communicate well with the streetscape. Thank you.
Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment on this project? No one? Anyone on Zoom?
I'm sorry, yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Benenato would like to speak. Stephanie,
Stephanie Benenato, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I came in kind of late to it, but I do think that the walls are important to the character of the house and contribute to the streetscape. And I'm a little concerned about bringing the parts of the rock wall or a certain level will be taken down. Would ask that the board perhaps ask a few more questions about that. I don't think that putting caps on brick parapets, on the territorial style is really a new thing. The state has it on their buildings. There's many buildings on the Vargas Street that have some either stucco or metal caps on them. So I think that was actually kind of a common response after you got tired of putting bricks. And I can't remember, I'm sorry, I can't remember which building it is. I think it's also Glen that has like 8 layers of brick because they never took them off. They just kept adding them. So everyone has their unique solution for brick on territorial style walls. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
Sorry, Rios, no.
Can I say something in response?
You may.
Adobe is a living structure. I mean, it moves. Adobe moves. If you've seen old houses, you see how the windows are all crooked and the doors are crooked. It's not that they were built that way. It's that the Adobe slowly moves, and the brick doesn't. And so it has been a problem, I think, since the very beginning on how a brick cap and Adobe fit together. You know, how one affects the other. And so it was an attempt to seal the tops of the Adobe walls, but I don't think it ever worked really well in the long run. And so we have to take care of it in some fashion. Thank you.
And not only Adobe buildings move. I mean, there's other buildings that settle.
Yes.
That are not of Adobe. So, and I did find that interesting, the comment that John made. I made that comment on the field trip. I'm like, the reason they started putting brick coping is to secure that part of the parapet. And there's many houses still that remain with, and as John indicated, that maybe in this house, something went a little haywire, that they didn't do it quite correctly. That if you try to save that brick coping, perhaps that wouldn't work. And you're trying to look at something that will work.
And I do agree that this house and the wall does contribute contribute greatly to to Santa Fe. And I believe that the interventions that we have proposed are the least intrusively, visually intrusive, to make the structure safe and last for a very long time again.
Thank you, Richard. I think we all agree that that house is an important house in that district, in that neighborhood. Member Guido.
Just one more comment about the brick opening. You know, it was also superior to a mud plaster parapet cap. And I think that's a difference that we have to remember is that, you know, they were coupled originally with mud plaster, not cementitious plaster over adobe, where water does get into the brick and behind the cementitious coat and erodes the structure of the wall. So there's a fundamental difference between historic practices and what we're encountering today. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion in this case. Okay, 2023-007-361 HDRB 514 Camino Cabra. I move that the board approve the project as submitted, noting the following, that as stated by the applicant, the metal coping that will go over the brick parapet on the visible side will only extend half a brick course over the top course of brick and will be color matched metal to that brick. Also that the stucco coating that is currently on top of the brick will be removed as part of the rehabilitation of the parapet. And also noting that the removal of a portion of the mostly adobe and some stone base wall for the driveway turnaround will endeavor to do two things per the applicant. One, retain a thickness at the edge of the street facing wall so that the public is not presented with a thin edge of a wall, but that there's a kind of pier or a thickness to the end of the wall, and that the applicant in the final solution for the driveway will endeavor to retain as much of the stone base as possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would second. This is a very minor friendly amendment, just to add that at the very end of what you just said, that the applicant would endeavor to retain as much of the stone wall as is consistent with the needs for safe ingress and egress.
Accepted as friendly.
Anything else to add, board members? If not, we take a roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear case located at 275 East Alameda. And this is Paul Stitt. We'll wait till Member Beachside is here and Member Aguilar Medrano. I didn't even notice you coming in. Okay, hi, Paul. Could you give us your report, please?
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you. I would first like to start this off with the HDRB with this case is only considering the height exception. A development plan is required and must be reviewed by the Planning Commission. We're only reviewing the height. This is for case number 2023-007323 HDRB 275 East Alameda Street, Downtown and Eastside Historic District. It is a contributing structure to the Downtown and Eastside Historic District. The applicant, Rob Vadero, agent for Cathedral School Partners, New Mexico LLC, proposes to remodel the existing building and construct a 36-foot building. The maximum allowable height is 15 feet 2 inches. An exception to section 14-5.2D9 is requested. The structure at 275 East Alameda Street is a St. Francis Catholic school and listed as a contributing structure to the Downtown and Eastside Historic District. The primary elevations were designated at the HDRB July 12, 2022 hearing are the east and south facades. The John Galmim Design School was built in 1960 at the southeast corner of East Alameda Street and Paseo de Peralta. The building displays a Spanish Pueblo Revival architectural design with high rounded parapets, depth and layered multi-story features, and wooded elemental characteristics. The school served approximately 300 students from pre-kindergarten to 6th grade, but subsequently closed down in 2006. More recently, the school housed the New Mexico School of Arts, which moved to San Busco in 2016. The building has been relatively abandoned and has not served the general area since this time. Previous HDRB cases include case number H-02-21, 275 East Alameda Street, Downtown and Eastside Historic District, non-contributing. Greg Allegretti, Architects, agent for Catholic Archdiocese, proposes to construct a 1,600 square foot portable cable roof classroom building behind school to a height of 12 feet. The motion passed unanimously with a voice vote. Case number H-05-225, 275 East Alameda Street, Downtown and Eastside Historic District, non-contributing with the following conditions and alterations, and that I would make this to the new structures that are going to be built within the designated site, that there be no less than 55% of said structures that are single story, and the range of a single story would be from 16 to 22 feet. That no more than 30% of said structures be 2-story with a height range of 28 to 35 feet, and that no more than 15% of said structures be of a 3rd story, and 42 feet be the limit of that. 3-1 passed, approved with conditions. And there's further other cases, but I wanted to just note that case there. So the proposed, the existing and proposed site plan for this project, there will be no impacts to the existing site, as we know as the school. The building height exception is looking for building in the parking lot for the new building structure, as can be seen in the site plan. And here is the existing and proposed 1st floor. Same, there will be no impacts to the existing building, to the structure in any manner, but the new proposed building would reach 3 stories. And here is the proposed 3rd floor plan. And here's the existing and proposed north elevation. Building on top of what's already there. Existing and proposed east elevation to the property. Existing and proposed south elevation, extending and building up the parking lot area. And existing and proposed west elevation continuously building up on that parking lot. And so the maximum allowable height is 15 feet, 2 inches, reviewed throughout the 275 East Alameda. The exception is looking for 36 feet And here's the St. Francis School facing north. The St. Francis School facing northeast, they're looking at the height exception in order building in this parking lot area with no impacts to what, to the contributing structure currently. The St. Francis School facing northwest and the St. Francis School facing southwest. With that, the staff recommendation, the design must be, first I need to state that the design must be reviewed after substantial completion of the development plan and optional by the Planning Commission. With stating that, staff finds that all the exception criteria have been met and recommends approval of the proposed height exception and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 C5C exceptions. Height and further finds that the proposed height is compatible with other buildings within the streetscape. With that, I stand for comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So you're indicating tonight we are simply approving or disapproving the height exception to this, and that height that's allowable is 15.2, and this is going up to 30, what?
Madam Chair, that would be 36 feet.
36, so that would be approximately 14 feet higher than the existing building. No? I'm,
It would be almost
The less.
20 feet,
pardon,
20 feet,
20
21
feet.
feet
20 feet higher?
than the
No,
maximum
this,
allowable.
I'll ask the applicant. They're all going like snotty, no, help. Okay. Okay, well, you'll you'll have to get sworn in. And Heather, yes, Heather.
Hey, Chair Rios, I believe that Paul accidentally didn't pick up the revised height calculation that I did for the applicant.
Mhm.
Because that calculation was done prior to designating the structure as contributing, and it is approximately 32.5 feet high. So it changes the calculation also, since the old St. Vincent's Hotel, or the old St. Vincent's Hospital, is now not an institutional use. It does count in the streetscape. So the maximum height in that case would be 22.3 feet, or I think that's 22 feet 4 inches. So my apologies for not communicating well with Paul.
Yeah, that's quite a discrepancy there. Correct? Yeah. Yes, Member Aguilar, what's wrong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, would you mind scrolling to a site plan, and can you just walk us through and point out the primary facades?
So the primary facades on the site plan, on the left-hand side is the existing site plan. The primary facades are the east side and the south side of that, of the school.
Okay, I was just looking at the cover and I thought the west side was checked, and that was the side I was gonna ask about. Let's just go up here. Okay, but I can come back to that. So east and south are primary.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Member Guida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, I have a question. I don't remember ever being asked to review a height exception without also considering the design that's being proposed for a project. I understand that the planning has a requirement for a development plan, and that sometimes precedes applications that come to H Board. I really don't understand how this board, and again, this is not unrelated to the issue of that we were just talking about with demolition or statusing, this pretense of pretending like, oh, well, this doesn't exist, just think about the height. And then this goes to Planning Commission, then it comes back here, and we may have the same design, we may have a different design. I don't think that's fair, or the intent of the historic ordinance, or of the height calculations and restrictions within the historic districts. I'm wondering why planning an application to planning commission for a development plan, why we have to do a part of that homework here and not do our full job of reviewing a case. Can you explain more about that?
Chair Rios, Member Guida, the unique circumstance associated with this project is that it is regulated by both height and preservation standards as well as design standards. Typically, a development plan would come first before a design in certain cases to assure that the building doesn't have to move or there's no other types of changes. And so, for instance, for the development plan, the reviewers include utilities, fire, life safety, as well as a lot of other departments. Traffic is included as part of that. So all of those things can impact the placement of the building and maybe the number of units. So as to not waste the time of the H board on the design features until we know for sure exactly how that's going to look, then it would be best that the design is reviewed after that development plan or after substantial completion of that development. For the height, though, the applicant was concerned, the underlying zoning allows for a higher height. And so it's a non-issue when it comes to the development plan, but the historic districts code has a streetscape standard. And so as to assure that the applicant can meet their pro forma, they wanted the H board to consider the height to know at least that piece would be permitted and they could proceed on to development.
Okay, so I mean, I understand all of that, you know, and I also know that other municipalities have a conditional approval of a development plan. So, you know, maybe, you know, assuming, okay, well, there's a zoning height, a prevailing zoning, and then there's the historic. I think it is often the case that conditional approvals are granted based on a certain set of assumptions. Well, we're below the absolute prevailing zoning, but it still has to be reviewed by H board. I'm kind of baffled by the idea that, you know, that this board is now being asked to do its job in a very awkward and atypical way just to accommodate this rule of planning and the applicant's pro forma. I mean, it would seem to me that planning should do its work and say, okay, well, we're going to approve a development plan, perhaps conditionally or with an assumed height, and then have a full design presented to H board, just as we do in all other cases where an applicant would come in and say, what are my setbacks? What can I build? How high can I go generally? And then I'll go to H board and decide whether I want to ask for an exception to height or not. It's kind of problematic to me, you know, because I don't know, this design may be fully baked. And I certainly have some thoughts about what's in the drawing package, but it may not be. And I would much prefer a scenario in which these issues as far as a development plan are generally approved at a certain height range. And in fact, planning commission or whoever does do this conditional approval recommends a height for the project or a range of heights. And then a design is presented back to H board. It seems, you know, again, a kind of silly circumstance where we're pretending we're seeing this much and not seeing the whole picture. And then it comes back to us and some of those decisions have already been made and we don't have the ability to make a reasoned case. And we also don't have the ability, the recommendations of another body to set or recommend a height in this district or for this particular project. And so I'm baffled by this process. And I'm sure this isn't solely your decision. And I'm sure this isn't the only case that's like this. I know this cart before the horse thing often happens with development plans. But I'm kind of mystified.
Councilmember Guida, the application package for a development plan is pretty substantial, which includes engineered drawings and substantial work on the architecture as well as a traffic impact study. All of those things really add up, and I'll defer to the applicant maybe to provide additional information. And so the intent was, is this project doable at that height? Then they will embark on the development plan review, which has a substantial application package. And then if there are changes as a result of the planning commission, they will modify that and then bring it back to this board.
As far as the exception criteria that go for height, aren't some of them design related?
Arios, Member Guida, I will have to look at the specific language, but the reference mostly is the streetscape and impact on historic structures. And so I'll review that and get back to you after the applicant.
And I say that not, not to make this more difficult, but like it's fundamental to the task that we're being asked to look at here. I mean, Paul repeatedly said in his presentation, there's no impact to the existing building. Well, it's not true. I mean, it's there on the site. It blocks certain views of the building, and well, we're not supposed to like really think about what this building looks like. We're only looking at the height. It would be one thing if this was an informational session and said to the board, do we generally agree with this massing or this idea of height? And not have to kind of be put in a situation where we say exactly this number is approved. But that's not what's being asked here. It's a very funny thing, and I liken it to the kind of shifting of street furniture and dining things onto the H board. These are unusual asks to this board, and to me seemingly out of process and kind of antithetical to what we're doing here.
Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I agree wholeheartedly with almost all those comments. Because I'm very receptive to the idea of a height exception in this case, but the only way I can even think about it is to know what the plan is. There's no way to consider a 36-foot height without knowing, is that like a one block that's all 36 feet high? Are there any setbacks? Are there parts of it that are 36, another part that's 30, stepping down? All of those would impact the decision on whether or not the 36 is acceptable. So, and I think that's very doable, but here I think we're being asked to consider the exception in the context of a plan that may not even be the plan that we would be granting advance approval of a height exception for. And that, I just don't know how you can do that, I guess, beyond just whether it's a good process. I just literally don't know how you can do it, because how can you decide whether the exception criteria are met until you know exactly what the footprint is? I mean, I would want to see color coding on that site plan that shows topographically what are the various heights of those buildings, because, just like the existing building has a certain height with the bell tower and a completely different height with the main, and then a completely different height yet again with some of the auxiliary structures that are attached to it. That's what I would want to see here, without saying how that would affect the final decision. That's not really the point. Maybe the entire thing could be 36 feet high and satisfy that a la El Dorado. But I'm doubtful that that's. So I find myself looking at the plan and thinking the only way I can even consider this proposal is to assume that is literally the plan. And I'm not sure that there's any. That's kind of conundrum. Yeah. With the George O'Keeffe Museum, we kind of went through a similar process, but it was just for advanced design feedback to give a sense as to whether or not this is something that we'd like to approve. That seems certainly a very sensible process.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Richa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with both board members. I don't know how we can assess the impact to the streetscape with respect to the height without considering the design. But adding to the strangeness of this request, we're literally being asked to approve the one thing that for our current code interpretation, we cannot approve. So the city council is going to have to decide this in abstract, and I don't know It's a very strange request.
Any other comments, board members? Yes, Heather.
Rios, member Beechai. So this is height only. So the board does have authority over height exceptions. Not design, not preservation at this time, but just height.
Thank you. It's the one thing we can approve.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe if we hear from the applicant, I mean, I think that these board members have, very valid points. When I was looking at this application, my train of thought went into this, where we are being asked to approve height and we're not seeing any other part of the project equals to me help. But let me hear from the applicant or applicants. Let's see if there's any clarification.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please state your name and address for the record.
Andy Dutra, 106 Faith Way, Santa Fe. And the lead partner in the project here. We're just talking, and we've been back and forth with Heather in the city a number of times to kind of figure out how to jump this particular shark. We think we can accommodate that if we sort of go along with what you all are saying, which is that is our plan. We've developed it to a point, and then we thought, well, it doesn't make a great deal of sense for us to draw everything, do everything, plan an underground garage, et cetera, and then to come back and have the board or another, say, okay, you can do 24 feet, which gives you 2 stories, which only gives you X rooms. And you don't need X, Y, and Z. It would all come up in a planning and zoning review. Right? Just the height thing, then go into a more detailed, well, then we proceed with our plan through the rest of the process. And you all, I think, is certainly our plan, you're gonna have to come back for the design, and that gives you fairly broad power to trim anything and everything height overall. But I mean, right, there's a lot of other things you can do to trim that if you don't like that, I guess. So that was our best shot at how to do this. We can talk about that a bit more in a moment. I did want to say, this is, come before historic a few times. This is, until a moment ago, maybe the most excited I've been coming to one. And part of that reason is because my family's been involved at Cathedral School for decades. Both my daughters went to the Cathedral School. We have great memories of walking them to school, chatting with Sister Phyllis, events and celebrations there. So our deep interest is in creating a project here that reinvigorates a property that's been dead for 17 years now, from the time that the girls left and went to Santo Nino to now with some other iterations. We also housed some of the art school students in a bed and breakfast property that we had over here for years. So it's been kind of fun to watch that evolve. It's been amazing to go back in the property and take a look around it and realize what it could be to sort of that connective corridor between downtown and the east side and Canyon Road. So we're deeply invested in that, obviously, and trying to make it also not, well, okay. Height is now 32 feet. The building that we're asking for that's set back quite a bit and hidden from all the facades rises to 36. The Drury is 56 next to us. There's, and the Alameda is about the same height, et cetera. We're very much trying to make it a low impact to the streetscape and fit in with it. We want to cover up a parking lot that's, an acre and a half, kind of ugly. You can't see much from the west side. The north is actually blocked pretty well by the Drury's other piece that comes out and a tree line. So, Rob has done I think, a beautiful job of fitting that into the streetscape, which is the main criteria for the height exception. So I can, first off, what we were talking about was make it conditional. That is our plan. But we didn't want to go deeper than that. If it to shave off a story or something, didn't make a lot of sense. And I'll be the first to acknowledge that the city process confused me, Heather, and these two very experienced gentleman as to how to do what member Rita was, and you guys as well was saying. It's not easy to work your way through that in a sensible fashion. Solution to that, I just recognize how hard it's been for us to plan that. I can show you, we have gone as far as doing some 3D renderings. We did some photorealistic ones. I don't know how to operate this thing. Someone promised they would. Okay, cool. So you guys know what that is. This is my daughter, Hannah, and she's a cute little kid at Cathedral School at an event in the gym there. Make it so that people can come back and do that again. This is looking from sort of Cathedral Place and Alameda at, higher than human standing there viewpoint. You can see sort of the massing. I think, and Rob can help with this, but somewhere at 60 or 70 feet from the front of the building is where we start stepping up and going to that ultimate 36 height, which is really the back northwest L, right? And then it steps down again as you come back to Paseo. This again is sort of straight on from Alameda to the middle of the facade. You can see a little bit of the second story on the very, very left there. There'll be a, but again, that's set pretty far back from the facade. You can also see another thing that we're definitely trying to do is put this back where it was. The little portal on the left there was an original meme one that was there. It is no longer. It was destroyed and covered by, I think, the kitchen equipment or something. The gray in this photo on the far left is a piece of the jury still up there, and there's a little bit that you can't see straight on over the top there. Corner of Paseo and Alameda, looking both ways, you can see the gray is the jury poking out. From this angle, you can't see anything of ours. I mean, the angle, particularly if you're, of course, if you're a human, if you're floating, you can do that. You'll see a different view. All right, so here, this is the floating view. A bit higher up, so you can appreciate that really, I think the level of those rear buildings appears to be basically level with the classroom side, which is that right-hand piece on Paseo. Again, the jury and its massing behind there. This moves along Paseo. Now you can see the north building with little step backs as it goes back. It's set back in excess of what any of the requirements are for setback and height. Again, you can see that our north building really is at and barely above the height perceptibly from the existing building. This is, so we did some photorealistic ones as well. This is again Cathedral Place and Alameda, kind of that intersection in the park, looking at the existing. Again, see the jury there. Top of this, you can sort of see the difference. It's pretty much invisible and low, probably because how far from the street that this other story starts. This is again straight on, little peek of the jury in the background. And when you add it in there, you can see just that little nub of the third story at probably 60 feet back from the property line, I think. And again, Rob's way more detailed on that than I am. This is our view looking at Paseo. This actually looks like it's closer to the street than it is. Not the greatest drawing on there. It's actually set pretty well back. And as you can see, it sort of almost looks lower from that standpoint at the top of it than the existing building. And part of that's due to the slope of the, I think we have slope from Paseo down to the west side. So it sinks in quite a bit. It's helpful to us as well. I think that's, and would you like to go back to any of those to get a better sense of it? I mean, again, I think our proposal would be to say, well, if you like that and you think that's good from a conceptual standpoint, that is what we're willing to commit to going with. I don't think there's, unless planning and zoning comes up with some major problem, but we've already been through the pre-app meeting. We've heard the concerns there. There weren't really many that stood out. We had fire out there. We know we're good on parking. maybe one or two other relatively minor items that came up in that process. Can refer to Wayne here to talk about some of the criteria, unless you'd like to chat back and forth about.
Let me see if they have any questions for you. And did you indicate that you would be willing to hear a conditional?
I mean, again, in general, I'd love to hear the response. And we're willing to commit to that because that was what we assumed we were doing anyway, to be honest. I mean, in our application, it says that. We understand we're coming back for the design. This was just to allow us to proceed with our, pretty well-driven design so far.
Member Guido.
I say this with a couple caveats, right? I look at your floor plan and site plan. I understand what you're trying to do. I think generally the concept of doing another L-shaped building that creates a courtyard and complements this existing structure is the right way to develop property. I also, am sympathetic to the amount of time and money that goes into the design process and all of that. What I'm really struggling with here, and you say like, well, if you like what you saw, I didn't really see anything. And my feeling is that the city's process here is not serving either you as the applicant or us as the public in producing good projects. I think because this process of, chicken and egg on the development plan is so confused and throws a set of conditions to you as the applicant, you are encouraged to produce. I mean, we already have this in our design standards, produce buildings that are ineffectual, are invisible, are below a certain height. To me, this is one of the most prominent corners in our downtown. This is an opportunity to create an outstanding and highly visible project that complements a very important existing structure on a prominent site. But the process here is asking you, both in terms of the style standards and in terms of the height, to push it back, make it browner, make it rounder, make it dumber, make it smaller, make it lower. And, what are we getting for this? Again, it's not about, your specific design in this case, but what I'm seeing here is a city process that's pushing design in the wrong direction. And to me, it's not our job at H Board to review invisible buildings of a nebulous height. I think and for the planning for land use to shift that responsibility onto this board has a reputation of making capricious decisions, and being difficult. I don't think it's fair. We can't assume that the height limitation. Oh well, historic board said this height works or this other height doesn't work. If there is a development plan process, the land use team and the people involved in that process with the applicant should make a set of recommendations, even if they're conditional, and then bring them back to H Board, and then we can look at a fully fleshed out design. I understand that we're serving two masters here. I understand there's some conflicts, but is the land use department's role to sort that out for you as an applicant, and not to put us as an H Board in a bad place. And thirdly, to not create a process that creates less than remarkable buildings because of how circuitous and problematic it is.
Certainly appreciate that because I'm in it. I mean,
yeah,
clearly. And though, as has been mentioned, you do have the height responsibility, if you will. I mean, meaning you're the ones who make that decision. The underlying zoning is 56 feet, but here we have what I hope in the land use code rewrite will be maybe a bit more of a clear process on height, because this one is, fundamentally unsound. We've got our building at 32 feet. You got the neighboring building, which comprises the streetscape of looking west there at 56. So to me, that would be, a pretty straight line 36 seems okay. Meaning that 56 in theory would be allowed under that. You exclude all kinds of buildings that in that area are the only buildings. When we started looking at the, the circle, there wasn't anything left except parking lot. So yeah, that's tricky. Again, suggest a path. That's what we discussed, and this seemed the best one to meet the planning and zoning parcel piece of it and yours without causing undue. Again, we can design an entire building that is either great or not, and you can show you more of that. But then we could come back and it could be, well, it says 22.5, that's what you get. All right. And we go back and change the whole thing, or we're letting a building crumble and frankly making no progress towards an improvement of this property. That's feel as stuck as you do, commiserate, but I know what's better. Sorry, Heather. Sorry, I can't do that.
So this is a unique circumstance in the historic district, and one that we would not come across too often. A development plan is required if there's a gross floor area of 30,000 square feet and located in any zoning district. Residential districts, the criterion is lower. So it typically in the historic districts, something like the El Dorado Hotel, the Inn at Loretto, some of the other bigger developments that recently was a hotel approved, the corner of San Francisco and Sandoval. Those all required development plans. And so we as staff are struggling what to do relative to the chicken and the egg. And we felt it was important that we deal with the height issue first and then do the development plan. We do know that the height is lower than the underlying zoning, so that's going to be a non-issue in terms of the underlying zoning. And the BCD does have direction on streetscape standards, and I think this is the Loretto subdistrict. I need to double check. So, but Maggie, the planning manager, felt it would be important to get some feedback from the board on this issue before proceeding with the development.
Madam Chair, if I may. Heather, in light of that, and I'm thinking about this, you mentioned the Spanish hotel that's proposed across from the El Dorado. We had informational sessions. I don't think in those cases, anything that the board recommended a set of, general design feedback for those things. I mean, I can't imagine tonight saying anything like, well, yeah, if they're asking for 36 feet, like, yeah, somewhere it could be 36 feet. We can't make an absolute decision about that. I understand the bind that the applicant is in, but in the past, land use and the process has sought to alleviate that, not put the board in a place of approving a design at an absolute height without consideration of the rest of the design features.
Yes, Member Guida, I understand the conundrum, and it may be that the H board would consider this in an informational way and post and not act on this case until the development plan is substantially complete. I know that the applicant probably does want very specific direction, but at the same time,
Member Benjamin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm much more put at ease by the presentation that this actually is the plan you're proposing. Although it could change, I understand that. And I think you've done a nice job of showing us in the three-dimensional and the photographic renderings what it would look like. The one place that I think is still a little unclear is you didn't really show us a view directly to the west, looking straight on at the new building from Paseo, which seems to me that'd be the most dominant view you would have. You kind of took an angle at it. But kind of was in the background. I'm wondering if you have a rendering looking straight on at it, because that seems to me where it would be most visible on the streetscape.
The city's presentation has the direct on east facade.
On but one of your three-dimensional renderings, that's what I'm wondering about.
No.
One of your rent, so that you
Want
can
to overwhelm
actually,
with 5,000 images, but we certainly have that because it's a
yeah.
full rotatable 3D.
I mean, wouldn't you agree, though, that that would be the most prominent view of the new building on the streetscape?
You hit it at Paseo and Alameda and come along it.
Yeah, and you're looking straight at it instead
Right,
of at an
and,
angle.
I think this one was intended to be, midway along the facade and angling to show the new piece and relative to the streetscape, because that is the underlying case we have to make for this, is make the streetscape look okay. So I think that's why that was, we certainly have
And
that.
so that's what I'm looking at. I mean, that looks, obviously at that angle, it's receding into the background, but if it's straight at it, it would be much more prominent. All I'm getting at is we would want to see what is the most prominent view or most prominent effect this building would have on the streetscape, and I'm not sure we saw that in there.
And recognizing that, this is one of the two contributing facades. The north is not, and we push back quite a distance from that. Unfortunately, the model, when you look down from La Posada, that direction, it was kind of a jumble because the guy wasn't really worried about building the Drury detail. It's hard to appreciate how far back the north building sits from.
Yeah,
the
I guess
facade,
that's the
which is
problem.
what we, of course, tried to do. And yeah, we have been, the plan's been under development for a year, I want to say now, to get to that point in the plan. So that's what I'm saying. You don't know me, you have to believe me, but that's our plan.
Okay, no, I believe
to
you.
walk it. Well, no, I mean,
We can just accept
I'm
that as
known as
being
a
a
huge liar. I just mean,
representation.
but I think we haven't spent that much time and effort, to do all this to get there to not then proceed on. And we've been the planning and zoning with that plan in order to suss out the obvious issues that arise with that would be the warning lights for the development plan. We have that. Now we're just saying, well, okay, are we allowed to go to that height? I do think you'd have a large bite of this again on that. That's the intent.
No, I don't think there's any concern that you're trying to pull a fast one by showing us one plan and then coming back with a different one that you always had in mind. But it could
Until my
change
daughter's there.
dramatically as you go through the process is the concern I think that the board is having. But I think that can be dealt with here by just additional, not changing. I'm personally don't have any, I think your exception criteria was satisfied by the plan you're proposing. But I don't know that there's a consensus on the board to grant approval on that. But I think there may be a way to get consensus on the board to say, that's literally the plan that's going to come back. You have good reason to think that you will be granted a height exception.
That's totally acceptable to us. And then just my suggestion would be, let's have the informational session and meeting and maybe I assume there would be then comments, concerns, considerations from you as to the design part, which, great, that's what we assumed we would come back to do in any case. So we don't have a problem with that. And if it's conditional that generally we're all right with it, I don't know how you're going to make the motion or not. But yeah, we're very good with that. And I would take any suggestions, I suppose, that said we'll do more on the property. We've considered a lot of different options, a lot of different types of projects. We didn't want to have one that excluded the public. There wasn't really active, as you say. That is a very prominent corner. It's the entry to downtown. It's where everything goes from, 4-lane Paseo down to now you're in the middle of Santa Fe. And highly sensitive to that, want that corner to be very active, lively, and invite people in. So we're here for the long term. We want to work it.
An admirable job. I think it's a nice plan. And I would love to see all that asphalt be. um,
You and me both. Yeah, it's.
Madam Chair and Member Bienvenu, if I could just offer my recommendation on something here. I thought a lot about this proposal, about the board considering the height exception without considering the design and having to come back before the board on the design exception. I don't see why we can't do this. There's nothing illegal about it. I know it's a little unorthodox, but my preference would be if the height is going to be approved and we're going to address the members' concerns here about the design, not being able to approve a height without knowing what the design would be, is that the height approval be conditional upon there be no change in the plans as they have been presented to the board of this particular hearing. And I see that there's a date on the plans that are in the packet. I think that's June 7th, 2023.
I don't think we've changed it since then at all. It's been a while stuck at that.
So you make that a conditional approval, which is permitted under the code. Also, my preference would be that we just make that motion clear for the record. But the one thing I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around is how we do a findings of fact and conclusions of law for an approval for which no permit is going to issue until it comes back to a design. So I would just ask that that be clear for the record, and the minutes will serve as the record of what you decided here tonight. Then the findings of fact and conclusions of law for the approval, if it's approved when you come back for the design review, the permit will be based on those. That is, we'll do one set of findings of fact and conclusions of law based on these two hearings.
Can't we just avoid that by just making this an informational session, and they have heard from the board, they haven't heard anyone object in principle to the granting of the height exception. We're not done, obviously, someone could.
Well,
I mean, I think I've heard the applicants say that they would be satisfied with proceeding on the basis that they haven't heard any strong objections on the board, and maybe they have heard, at least from one member, that they'd be willing to grant that if that was the actual design.
So, Madam Chair and Member Bienvenu, the applicants they don't need you to vote
Right.
on the height exception tonight. If the applicants are saying they don't need a specific decision from the board tonight on the height exception, then this can be considered an informational session, or it could be postponed, until after planning commission review.
Useful for them to have the feedback.
I think
That's
it's
what they need. They need to know before they move forward that they're not likely to be denied on the basis of 36.
then we're fine with that. Also consider that you likely will need an exception for exceeding 50% of the historic footprint, in addition to a contributing building. Your design show that this addition is probably like 80% of the historic footprint. So, I mean, that would have to be noticed and heard at a future meeting, unless you redraw your design to make a much smaller addition.
Does this board, question, does this board really want to do a conditional approval based on plans that were presented tonight that we are not really, really thoroughly looking at? I don't think so. May I hear some other voices?
I'm with you. I don't like it. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thoughts are, if this is fine with the city, that I would be okay, like Member Bienvenu said, treating this as an like an informational presentation and giving you general feedback. That would be fine with me. That would be my preference, to treat this just as an informational. And I would also, like, I had something non-related to height that I wanted to give feedback on. And I would think the more feedback you can get at this point, it will only help you down the road in reducing comments, hopefully for the next round. That'd be my preference.
Member Guida?
I agree. I mean, I think that if the board is able to indicate a general consensus that a building at this height is likely to be approved by this board in the future. I think based on what we've seen tonight, I think that's fine. I do not want to condition it with the plans not changing or anything else like that. I think the process that we've seen before and that this board is saying works for us is this is an informational session. Design is iterative. Sorry for what the city puts you through on this stuff. But, you know, as far as what we want to do and what we've seen before is we'd like to give you feedback about the height and what's likely to be approved. And even though the design is not fully cooked, and it shouldn't be at this point in time, I think we should assess and give you as much feedback as possible for your comments about what we would like to see upon return. So not only height, but also other comments about massing. I think that's only fair. Putting that into a motion and the findings of fact and conclusions law is not what I want to do. I just want to put it into feedback. And I think that serves you and it should inform the ongoing development plan process.
Okay. Any other board members wish to comment further on this? Or in reference to more information to the applicant?
I'd be happy to give a little bit additional design feedback. I think Madeline, you also had some, if you'd like to start.
And I think the applicant wanted to say something. Yes, sir.
No, that's just following on that. Love to hear it. I mean, that's, again, the process isn't serving any of us well. That's fine. Want to work on that and get the feedback that we presumed we'd get at the next one when the design is fully cooked, although we just turn around and submit this. So, and then as to, sorry.
Frank.
Yeah, and we met the other day in front of Otero with your wife when you were walking.
Oh, okay.
I recognize you. So the 80% part, no, we have actually there's only a part of the building that's actually attached to the historic structure on the west side. It goes along for a certain distance, and then there's actually a break in it so that it separates the sort of western first leg. And then there's actually another little L that's broken by that piece. So that's a freestanding structure out there. It doesn't, so the footprint of the historic building is only at, meaning it's only increased by the allowable percentage and not, so sort of a breezeway between the two. So that's in the plan. That was a planning and zoning one as well and historic. So yeah, I'd love to hear general feedback. I would like to hear that a member feels like we've met or not met the exception criteria, because that is the underlying, again, reason we're here, is to say, yes, that makes sense, but we want to see the rest of the design. Great.
And the height that you are asking, the highest height is the 36?
Correct.
And it varies from,
Well, of the new part, it's on the west side where the kitchen is now. It starts there and kind of steps up to the 36. And I don't think it reaches that for 80 feet from the property line or something like that. Rolls around at that 36 height for a portion, drops back down to the second floor, drops back down to the first floor when you come towards Paseo. I do think that the drawings that are in the city's packet would show that, and probably also that shaded massing one does the same thing. And Rob would be way better than me at telling you exactly what that is.
so we have varying heights. And
Sure.
just that the top height is 36.
Correct.
feet.
It steps up and back from the contributing facades.
And how much of this, I don't know if well, I'll just wait. Any other comments or questions? Did either of the other two members of your team wish to make
We
any
need
comments?
to is more to be able to answer questions that are, because we thought, well, the design could come up, even though we weren't strictly thinking of that, but happy to answer, again, any massing questions, height questions, step back, setback. That's why Rob and Wayne are here to help with that. I don't know if this is normal or not. I'd love to sort of poll the board and say, you know, what's your feeling on the underlying exception because you can't be held to that. There's no vote, no finding of fact or law, so.
Let me ask Heather this. Heather, since has turned to be an informational session as opposed to making a motion, do I entertain public comment?
I actually just discussed that with Mr. Rubelead. And it is not necessary in a typical informational session. It's up to the chair as to other public comments. And in informational sessions, we have not had.
Did anybody in this audience want to come on, comment? One person. I will listen to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your discretion. I think you're handling this the right way. I think that there could be no acceptance of this exception request at this point. It's unfortunate that this was not presented to you as an informational meeting to begin with, because you're taking up a lot of your time that you weren't planning on. So this is definitely a chicken cart being put ahead of the chicken, as Mr. Guida has said in this colorful way. I have concerns about height, but I also sense this is now an informational meeting and we have seen some of the design. I have very strong concerns about massing, and I have very strong concerns about footprint. And I'm glad that council brought up the idea of the footprint. You may not want to get deep into those weeds right now, but the impact of what they have shown you here is really considerable on this block. And you have the historic status of that building to protect. And what I see is an encroachment on the historic status of that building. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment on this particular informational session? Case? No? Anyone on Zoom?
Stereo, Stephanie Bedonato on Zoom.
I unmuted. Am I okay? Hello?
Yes,
Okay. You can hear me, right?
that's correct.
All right. So I agree with Mr. Eddy about this being a problem with overwhelming a contributing building. I don't really think you've seen that much of the design that you can be that comfortable with saying, hey, it will look okay. And the buildings that are being referred to as, you know, changing or the streetscape have all been buildings that have required exceptions. And now we have yet another exception. And so maybe 32 feet eventually, because that's the height allowed in the underlying zoning. But I do think that it's important to be sensitive to the existing building. And then I really think that you cannot at this point say and get pulled about whether you would grant the exception. Excuse me, I don't think there's been enough discussion about that. I don't think that there's enough information really at this point to say, yes, don't worry, you'll get the exception. And that's why this whole informational thing is a little a slippery path. I think it would have been better just to say, you know, we're not opposed to your design, but when you've done your development plan, come back, because the planning commission can also change the height. And that would be something then, what would you do? How would you react to that? I don't know who would have priority in that situation. Thank you.
Yes, no one else on Zoom.
Stereo, that's correct.
So board members, yes, if you have anything to indicate right now, this is the time. Member Guida?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just in the way of design feedback, I think that as far as the height goes, I think, obviously staying below the tower is important. Reaching a maximum height that's approximately the same as the tallest classroom wing of the building makes sense. This is something that you're doing. I think, when we turn to the issue of massing and the look of the newly proposed buildings, I'm generally under the impression that both in terms of the renderings and in terms of the drawings, we're not seeing a whole lot of the structure. From what I can tell, and I would love to be able to see on screen the west elevation in particular, and the east elevation. So, I think one of my concerns here we're looking at so the bottom one is the west elevation. And
Reline like you saw in the.
I understand. And, I know there's a driveway and access to the garage and all that. So that'll be part of this elevation. I think my principal concern is, and again, I understand some of what you're trying to do in terms of the massing, make it, it's a 3-story building, but it has to be subordinate to a 2-story building. Its absolute height is roughly the same. And you're stepping back the 3rd story to create the impression of a lower mass. I think maybe that's okay. But I think, what we get out of this and what we see in this west elevation, and what I also see in the east elevation where it peaks out onto Paseo, is a building that, in my view, does not complement the mean classroom building at all. I get a lot of, and again, this may be part of early design stage, but I get a lot of like generic Santa Fe hotel out of this. Notably at the top story that's pushed back, that's not a feature of the existing building, it's a feature of other hotels in downtown. We have open sky portals with open members on top. That's not something that's part of the building. I think that the way that the recessed, I like the idea of a kind of recessed balcony, but we see these as kind of generic features in this drawing that could be applied to any hotel downtown, and not specifically a response to the existing building, which has these fantastic glazed 2-story, double bay wide openings with a decorative spandrel panel. It's curious to me why, we get with coupling 4 rooms wouldn't deserve an architectural response. Not that it would mimic the classroom building, but that it would at least speak to it in some way. When we turn around to the east elevation, and this is true of what peaks out on the south, I think we just get a kind of jumble at that end. I'd really like to see a presentation next time that, either through more renderings, and I think about, the case that we saw last time, and it would benefit, I think, the applicants to look at the footage that we saw for the informational session on the O'Keefe. The level of renderings, the points of view that were provided, the general descriptiveness of both the renderings and the drawings were extremely helpful for an informational session and feedback. And that's at least what we would want to see when this project comes back to the board. Similarly, when we reviewed the Spanish hotel, we had a physical model, we had full drawings, like we had all of those things here. So again, the general height, the general approach to the site plan seems to work for me. No offense, it's the entire expression of the building at this point that isn't commensurate with the significant or the contributing building that's on that corner. It doesn't, in my mind, other than its site plan, it doesn't speak to the building and its massing and its detailing in any way yet. And I'd love for this to be a much more special project than what we're currently seeing or divining from these drawings.
Yeah, that was very specific. Any other members wishing to give their comments at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in general, what we're looking at today, I don't have an issue with the heights that you're proposing. So if you came back with the same massing, height-wise, I personally wouldn't have an issue meeting the exception criteria. Just some other, general thoughts. And unfortunately, I didn't look at this in as much detail as I normally would have because I thought we were only looking at height. And this is perhaps a little bit out of our purview, but I do just want to mention it. I think one of the things that's really going to change about this corner is there is now going to be a yard wall along that whole south side. So, currently on the sidewalk, you just have open landscape, some turf and some trees next to you. So it's going to be a very different pedestrian experience, I think, just having the wall abutting the sidewalk. And I do see that on that south side in particular, that your courtyard looks like it's just hardscape. I see you've had it landscape at the corner, but if we could somehow give back to the streetscape and street trees or something to think about that pedestrian experience that I think the wall is going to impact, it would be nice. The other thing that stood out to me when I was just looking at this quickly are colors. And so I guess first I want to ask, is your intention with the existing building to change the stucco color, or is that only in reference to the new building?
We were changing it slightly, but also making the new building slightly different to make it stand out so that you don't confuse it. Always a
Okay, yeah, so I do have some concern about color for both buildings, in particular the existing building, the color Saddleback, which and maybe you can clarify if that's for the existing building or the new building. Okay. Yes, yeah.
Chair, if he's going to speak, he needs to be sworn in. Thank you. You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Duro, and I live at 119 Delgado Street.
Thank you.
We did present
right
a
into that
fairly
mic.
developed design, just because I was putting myself in your shoes. What am I giving a height thing for? So I said, well, it's this, and we kind of fleshed out pretty much a lot of it. We're confronted with going to a much higher level of detail before we go through the planning commission. And we have such a discrepancy in the height right now with the streetscape, vis-a-vis the surrounding buildings, including our own, as well as the underlying zoning, that we wanted to get some assurance from y'all that we could proceed, that this building, this concept, this number of rooms, the parking space count that we need to do, all the other sort of things that go along with that, is something that we can have some assurance that we can proceed with. We understand that the design is subject to a much greater depth of scrutiny than what we're talking about tonight. And I can guarantee you between now and going through the planning commission, things are going to shift a little bit, going through getting, understanding the utilities better, going through traffic engineering, things like that, getting our landscape design together. All those things are going to shift certain things around a little bit. So, but I think this design is fairly well developed. It'll be 95, 97% of what we're seeing here tonight is what we're proposing to do. And I really appreciate your comments back, this is very helpful for us and to see what your concerns are to make it a better project. Regarding the colors of the stucco, we're picking a fairly neutral tans, and what we're trying to do is have a slightly different color, just a shade color difference between the new and the old to distinguish the new from the old. I was going to make the existing building the lighter color, thinking that would stand out more and have the new building recede back into the background with the darker color. Again, there are very slight differences. It's kind of in keeping with the National Park Service guidelines of having a distinction between the new and the old. So
It may just be a matter of, it looks like this PDF was scanned at some point and maybe the color got distorted, but
they're terrible.
yeah, like the Saddleback on here looks equivalent to what we would approve for under Portals. It looks very light. And so my concern was having that light stucco color at the existing building at the corner. I think when a building is contributing, typically, I think our practice has been to maintain the existing color both in stucco, the finish of the stucco, and then usually, window treatment. So that was my other comment is that I see here, you want to change all the existing and proposed windows to black. So on the existing building, I think that would be an issue for me. For the next hearing, because this color saddleback or La Habra saddleback, if you decide to stick with that, I would just ask if you could bring a physical sample. I think that'd be really helpful, since it's not one that's on our, approved chart.
I understand, and we will do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the colors of the windows were the school colors. That's why they're blue. And they're different in the front and the back and different parts of it. And it's been painted a number of times. We're not the school anymore, so that's why we're trying to paint something more of a hotel looking, which it's new iteration. We're able to discover what the original main color. It's gone through a number of iterations. It's 75 years old. To go on and on, but I think I better stop.
I'm concerned about open space. And I don't know what the percentage of lot coverage is. So I think that's
We did go through that with
I
P
think
and Z in
that's
our early meeting.
important.
That was,
And also
limits.
I think it's important when you come back to us in a presentation of the building itself, that you have an aerial view and also a model of the existing building and the proposed building. That way we can actually get out of our seats and look at at those buildings as you are proposing them. And in reference to the color of the existing building, I would definitely stay with the existing building color. And yes, make the new building something different so that there would be a distinction in old and new.
lot coverage is 55%. We talked with planning and zoning about that. We were under the amount you could do, so we had more open space than required in that sense. Of course, trying to preserve the entire Alameda and Paseo open space. We are putting a wall in there because that's intended to be a restaurant patio, so that will be lively and enliven pedestrian and other experience in general there. Color-wise, sure.
Let's see if we hear from other board members. Anything else? Yes, Member Beachcraft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just make a few comments. I don't have any issue with adding height at this corner. I'm fine with that, but the design elements I would have to think a little harder about. Right now, I think the building is largely defined by the classroom wing, and the industrial windows in that wing are really characterized as certainly Paseo and the view from Alameda. So I would echo Member Guida's comments about acknowledging that in the new design. Certainly, Member Aguilar-Madrano's comments about the color of the windows, like retaining something similar there. I mean, the steel and concrete design, the setbacks, those are all very characteristic of this building at this point. And I would hate to see those overwhelmed by a different design on the new building. I kind of think about the Matterfield School project, which is now residential, but we were very careful in hearing that to honor the original classroom windows and doors, and those remained the same. They were repaired and they weren't obscured by any of the additional buildings. So those are things I would urge you to keep in mind.
Yeah, we're clearly not trying to do that with facade or any. And I love the Matterfield project. It's one of the ones that is certainly, inspiring us on this one. Of course, we're also talking about their significant or contributing facades, whichever those were, maybe not the back side of it and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I get it.
Also, I believe there are murals on the property, and what is your view on those?
Well, the one that's on Alameda, that we can get going, preserve it and keep that in place. Then I was wandering around the other day with the girls. I'm looking at all the ones inside. And I think that's sort of a some yes, some no. It just sort of depends on them. We'd like to try and keep as many as possible. Because they are just, again, for us, they're kind of a memory lane thing. And then, you know, it's a great and beautiful building and need to do the right thing with it. So we want the feedback that we can get from anybody that wants to chime in on it.
Any other comments, board members?
Amanda? We haven't heard from you yet, so.
No, I love that building. It sounds like you're gonna do right by it. So that's what's important.
Keep trying.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Certainly appreciate the feedback and the time.
See, David, did
See
you
you
have
again.
anything? Did you have any comments? No, not at this time. So that is the feedback that you got from us and then you, from two people from the public. So good luck and we shall see you again.
Thank you. Yeah, look forward to it.
There is going to, for the development plan itself, there's an early neighborhood notification meeting requirement. So the applicant will be reaching out and holding the ENN meeting virtually. The timing of that, I don't know, but that in addition to the planning commission hearing are two other opportunities for input from the public. Just wanted to.
Thank you. That's always important. Paul, question for you. What did you say that the, this building was built in what year?
This building, the initial area of this, I believe was 1914, the Priocchio Boys School.
Okay. I thought I heard something else and I knew it was really old. My mother went to that school. Yeah. Oh,
The main building was built in 1947.
Major addition designed by Urban Widener in 1960. Science class.
I'm talking about the school itself. It was built in 1947.
It's designed in 1947, 48, and built right after that. 75 years old. And that's the mean portion. The back portion was designed by Urban Widener in 1960. The science classroom and a couple other classrooms that they put on the north side. It's in the HPCI report.
Okay, anything else, Paul?
Madam Chair, no, ma'am.
Okay, we are going to move to the next case, which is located at 1150 Cristo Rate. And that is Lanny's case.
About that, we're all set now. This is case 2023-7362 for 1150 Cristo Rey Street, requesting to construct additions on a contributing structure. The property at 1150 Cristo Rey is located on the south side of Cristo Rey Street, just to the west of Canyon Road and across from the parking area at Cristo Rey Church. The property at 1150 Cristo Rey is a single-family residence listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district and is part of the Tafoya compound, which reached south to Camino San Pasio. The Tafoya compound is located between Camino San Acacio and Cristo Rey. The compound has defining characteristics, including textured stucco and stone parapets, which are located on several structures in the compound. Another feature of the area are the low stone yard walls and retaining walls. 1150 Cristo Rey is a clear representative of the properties of the Tafoya compound. The residence is a New Mexico vernacular style with a flat roof, stone parapets, 2 chimneys, and vinyl windows. There's a 1960s enclosed portal addition on the north facade, an attached carport on the southeast, and a 1980s western addition. The western side parapets of the structure appear to have been repaired at an unknown date as concrete obscures any stone in the parapet. All of the windows were replaced to vinyl windows in 2009 under permit 2009-58. The Coyote Fence Courtyard area was permitted in 2010 under permit 2010-781. And the residence was most recently restuccoed in 2021. There is a high stone wall with stone buttresses along the street frontage and an asphalt driveway. A stone retaining wall along the south property line matches the front yard wall and stone parapets. The eastern lot line is established with a stucco and wrought iron fence that matches the neighbor's lot. The further west portion of the lot has a mostly abandoned gravel driveway, the foundation for an abandoned guest house construction, and the retaining wall is constructed of railroad ties. The area is covered in vegetation. The property came to the HDRB for designation of the primary facades on September 26th of 23. The HDRB designated the original southern end of the east facade, excluding the non-historic windows, doors, and mechanical lines and equipment as the primary facade. That's the red section on the map there. The HDRB also designated the north and south stone retaining yard walls as contributing structures. Now the applicant proposes the following exterior alteration: to construct a 230 square foot addition to a height of 11 feet, where the maximum allowable height is 16 feet 6 on the western 1980s addition on the left of the lower photo. And to construct an 86 square foot portal on that on the north side of that new addition. The applicant also proposes to construct a 62 square foot portal on the northern entrance on the east facade of the residence. This requires an exception to construct within 10 feet of the primary facade per section 14-5.2 D2D. The western addition will be on a non-primary facade and will be constructed to blend into the residence, including the block parapet that is unique to the structures in the Tafoya compound. The parapet will wrap to the south portion of the structure and will continue to blend the new construction into the original structure. The small portal on the western addition will show from the street frontage. The portal will not have the block parapet constructed on it. The applicant did answer the exception criteria as required to construct the portal over the northern door on the non-primary portion of the east facade, which is within 10 feet of the primary facade. The elevations provided here show the overall concept of the portal on the east elevation and its impact on the structure. Staff finds that all of the exception criteria have been met, and therefore staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2D general design standards and for all H districts, and 14-5.2E for the downtown and east side historic district.
Thank you, Lanny.
Questions?
Any questions for Lanny at this time, board members? No questions. Richard has already been sworn, and I don't know if the owner is going to speak as well. If he is, he needs to get sworn.
The additions that we planned for the house are minimal and are a few. Like Lanny presented, the addition, we're doing an addition to the master bedroom, the non-historic part of the house. And the addition will be to the same height and with the same details as what's there right now. And we propose to have a very shallow portal in front of it because there's a very nice tree there, and we're going to avoid the tree. The new portal is going to be right behind it. The portals, I was not putting the stone parapets on top of the portals. There's two of them because they're not as high as the house itself, and I think that it's disingenuous of us to try to make those match exactly the style of the house because they're sort of additions to the house and stick out of the house. We needed to put exception criteria because the addition of a portal, an entry portal, even though it's on the a non-contributing part of the facade, is within 10 feet of the contributing part of the facade, the primary facade. So that portal is designed to be as minimal as possible, not to exceed the necessary protection from the weather for that door and to make a nice entrance. It's going to be in basically the same style as the house, so that it contributes to the house and it's not out of scale with the house. The neighbor has written a letter in support of our proposals, and that letter I think has been included in the package that was given because we gave it to the staff as soon as we got it. But the letter states, "My name is John S. Tafoya, next door neighbor to Michael Vincent, the owner. My wife and I have lived at 1130 Crystal Ray Street since 1975. My parents, Richard and Flora Tafoya, built the house over a long period of time. This was a very common practice for couples whose extended families had lived in Santa Fe for many generations. My siblings and I lived from birth to around 18 years of age in the house, which is currently identified as 1150 Cristo Rey Street, formerly 1150 Canyon Road. During the period of 1962 to 1964, my father, with the help of my brother Richard and I, added the northeast section of the house. This enlarged the living/dining area north side of the house. That's the enclosed portal, which has the entrance right now. Mr. Vincent showed me the master bath extension plans as well as the porticos, as well as the portico plans. My wife and I believe that the addition will be a welcomed add-on to the house and should not affect the historic nature of our neighborhood. We fully support Mr. Vincent in his plan to make the noted additions." Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Let's see if board members have any questions. Questions, board members, or comments? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Martinez, everything looks fine. I understand the need for the portal. My only question is, it struck me that the portal as designed is a little bit, even though you said it's shallow, it's got that massive feel to that stucco, box over the header of the portal. You know what I'm talking about? It looks like there's a very substantial amount of stucco up here that doesn't seem consistent with anything else on the house. And since we're trying to do you're asking for an exception because you're close to the too close to the primary facade, it would seem that you would want to minimize the impact of the portal's appearance as much as possible. And this just struck me as being a little dominating in the design. I'd just be curious of your thoughts and if there's anything that can be done to make it a little, to proceed somewhat more and be simpler perhaps.
Perhaps the drawings are deceiving because that portal is actually shorter than the house itself. It is not, so the stone extension on top of the parapets of the house is not on the portal. And so, but it looks like it is because it's drawn in front of that stone. So you see that stone run across anyway. So, but we are not intending to make an imposing portal, only to be shorter than the house itself and to be sort of a minimal size, given the structure that's behind it and the parapets that are necessary to hold the structure and the roof.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess my thinking is that it is a very small portal and you could almost get away with just some kind of an overhang there.
Oh,
canopy.
yeah, that
And-
wouldn't have a parapet.
Without the parapet, I'm just saying you could do that in such a small portal, and instead it feels to me like you're doing something relatively massive there. I mean, like, it looks like 2 feet of stucco above the supporting beam, or maybe 1.5 feet or something.
Yes,
Like,
yes,
yeah, I mean, that's a
because-
pretty dominant piece of massing being put almost against the primary facade.
I see. Yeah, yes, it is. But I think it is a very calm, it's a very calm portal as opposed to an exposed roof portal with an overhang. I didn't really even consider that because that's not in the language of what we're doing in the house. So it's a porch or a portal with a parapet, with a stucco parapet on top.
Right, which is something you see in modern houses, like that's kind of a 70s, 80s, 2000 detail on a Santa Fe house, but you don't tend to see them very often in an historic house. Usually when people put a portal or an overhang over a historic house in historic times, it would be a very simple just thing to get you to, so you're not being covered with snow on the entryway on the way in, as opposed to these sort of massive stuccoed attachments. Isn't that, don't you think that's true?
No, actually, I don't think that's true. Yes. Not-
Any other questions or comments, board members? Member Guido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the point that Member Benvenu is making about the, the desire to have a light touch. But I agree with you, Richard, that perhaps the elevations are not doing full service to what your design intent here is. I see that, you're designing simple portals for the house. We have a vernacular house here with not a lot of details other than that stone coping. It's blocky. It's rectilinear room-based masses. Given that we're not doing portals with corbels and projecting viga tips and all of that other stuff, without that mass on top, it risks being too plain and just a kind of like a backyard home builder structure. I think with the stucco portal, not only do we kind of have a feel of the three-dimensional massing of the house, but I also feel like it provides the necessary emphasis on a front door on that particular driveway facade, where you have a kind of jumble of historic features that you're competing with. So I see what you're doing. It's a little tough to tell from the kind of flat elevations, but I'm in favor of the proposal.
It is true that there are other doors on that entry facade or another door on that entry facade, And I'm trying to make sure that you know exactly where you're going.
Any other comments, questions? Not at this time. Anyone from the public wanting to comment? John Eddie running down the ramp there.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I also was thrown by the portal as depicted, and think that the massing of a stucco parapet is essentially overkill on that spot. And I would suggest that a shed roof might be a nice solution on those portals, simply coming off the wall. And I'm going to stick my neck out and say that the shed roof could be finished with saltillo gutter tile. I'm describing it correctly, but it's kind of mission style. Now, I know that's a radical departure from anything, but treating a shed roof there very simply was something that has some aesthetic to it, I think would work just fine on those elevations. But I do think that the massing of that stucco parapet is way too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak on this project? Okay.
Stephanie Beninatto. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I would agree with Mr. Eddy's remarks and some of the board members' remarks. I think that the massing, the stucco massing on the portal is a little bit of overkill. I like the idea of just having a much simpler portal, and I understand the need for trying to direct your attention to the right door. So I can see that you would perhaps grant this exception, but I hope that there'll be some changes to these portals so that they are not massive in that way. Thank you.
Board members, yes. Member Beecher.
Yeah, my opinion about the portal is I think the addition of some stucco there actually serves to balance out the larger wood frame carport that's on the same facade. And so I think that I don't mind the additional stucco. I think another shed roof would just compete adversely with the carport. And I just wanted to say to the applicant, I appreciate that you sought the opinion of your neighbor, Mr. Tafoya, who's been has had such a history with the house. I think that's very generous of you, and I appreciate that you did that in such a neighborly way. And if we're ready, I'll make a motion. In case number 2023-007362 HDRB at 1150 Cristo Rey, I move to approve the application as submitted, noting that the exception criteria have been met, consistent with staff's assessment.
Guido will second.
Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Let's see. Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Baldo,
Oh,
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu. Did you say no, sir?
I said no.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you. The neighbors, is the applicant for 1062 Camino San Acacio here? Oh, you are here? Okay. Lanny, that is your case. May we hear it, please? Oh, first, can we take it off the floor with a motion to take off? Okay.
Madam Chair, it was just postponed to the end
Oh,
of
it's
the
just
agenda.
okay, never mind. Okay, go ahead, Lanny.
Sorry, I'm waiting on the technical part of the presentation. Sorry about that. This is case 2023-7358 for 1062 Camino San Ignacio, requesting status review with primary facade designation, if applicable, on 2 non-residential structures. 1062 Camino San Ignacio is on the south side of Camino San Ignacio between Victoria and Camino Cerrito. The property at 1062 Camino San Ignacio consists of 2 non-residential structures that have no historic status in the downtown and east side historic district. The 2 structures were garages and workshops associated with the residences across the street. The 2 structures, the northern or lower building and the southern or upper building, are basic L-shaped forms built partially into the hillside. The parcel is a sloped lot with the lower portion of the slope at the northern end along Camino San Ignacio. The northern or lower building is an 853 square foot adobe structure with interior vigas. The building is stuccoed with capped parapets with row locks pattern working as dentils. The roof slopes south to the gutter and is modified bitumen. The roof was recently redone along with replacing areas of the roof and installing new vigas and a concrete floor as approved under permit 2019-5288. The garage on the east side of the north facade has swinging wood panel doors. The west of the north facade is the only pedestrian entry to the building. The door is a stock 1/4 glass unit with 4 raised panels. The west facade has a single 4-light non-historic in-swing casement window with a heavy concrete sill at the bottom of the window. The south elevation is partially dug into the slope and is divided evenly with 2 openings holding non-historic 6-light casement windows and a non-historic overhang spanning the facade. The east facade is an empty wall. The structure currently consists of a garage and an office space. The southern or upper building is a 755 square foot adobe structure with a shed attachment on the east elevation. The north elevation of the building rises above grade on a mixed concrete and rubble foundation with the walls reaching 3 feet above the ground and adobe walls covered with a gray scratch coat on top. The walls are mounted with a coping made of clay tile blocks and bricks. Attached to the east side is the beginning of the shed. On the west elevation, there are 2 wide garage doors and a window giving light to the office. While the opening is historic, the windows are not original. The 2 4-light fixed units are separated by a 1-inch by 6.5-inch board acting as a mullion. The west was given a scratch coat and an overhang extends nearly 24 inches over the openings. The south elevation has exposed mostly uniform mud brick construction material laid in a typical pattern and adhered with mud mortar. There is a grouping of newer sash windows fitted into openings with a board mullion. A shallow overhang tops the wall. Rolled asphalt roofing wraps down over the facade roof. The east facade is covered by a shed. The shed is constructed of a mix of wood materials and corrugated tin and is split into 3 divisions. The north elevation of the shed sits on a rubble stone wall and reveals various wood services. It has a the south end has an opening framed by a large rough piece. Its structure sits on a mixed concrete and rubble foundation. Its roof is partially collapsed. The middle section has an east sloping shed roof with openings that resemble animal pens. It has been recently reinforced with new beams. The lower north section has a roof sloping in the same direction and erected over a rubble stone wall and has a single gate sheltered by an overhang. Based on the known use of the property, there's a high likelihood that the shed once enclosed animals. There are no previous cases on file with the Historic Preservation Division. The applicant is requesting a status review with primary facade designation, if applicable, for each of the two structures. Staff recommends the historic status of the northern or lower structure be upgraded to a contributing structure with the north facades N1 and N3 in the primary facade map. As the primary facade, citing the adobe structure, original brick coping, and the historic doors. And then the historic status of the southern or upper structure to be maintained as non-contributing per 14-5.2C designation of significant and contributing structures. I stand for questions.
Lanny. Questions for Lanny? Member Benvenu.
Madam Chair, just a quick question. Is it status as non-contrib, are these buildings status as non-contributing or are they?
They are not statused at this time.
So this isn't about upgrading or downgrading. This is the first time a status will have ever been given to these two buildings.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, board members? Applicant, please come forward to get sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gabriel Brown. My address is 1012 Marquez Place, Unit 310B.
Good evening. Do you agree with staff's recommendations?
Don't.
You don't, okay. Further elaborate.
Chair Rios, members of the board, thank you. Essentially, I'm looking to develop the open part of the property as a future home for myself and my family. I'm an architect and a builder in town, and we own the property across the street. The recent remodel that was done with the pitched roof and with the rusty pitched roof project, I'm really proud of it. My mother lives there. Essentially, we're hoping to get a non-contributing status for both of these structures. The structure in the back is easier to understand. The historic elements that are there are so poorly built that preserving them would be a hardship. And it's also neither of these structures, there's never been water service onto this property. These structures have never been residential structures. So incorporating them in a residential way is our goal, but it's a challenge because they weren't built that way. In the back portion, the southern building, rear building, is built out of 2x material, mostly except for the one adobe room. Not typical historic. The front structure is much more handsome, in my opinion, nicer proportioned and better built overall. And we would like to preserve that structure, but if it has a contributing status and those facades are contributing, then we can't add on to the right, which is the west in this case, because of the 10-foot rule. That the little room that we call an office is only about 10 feet. And so if we're not allowed to add within 10 feet of elevation, we essentially can't add to the east. The building sits on the property line to the east, essentially. So there's no potential east and to the south. We have to maintain 10 feet between two structures, and there's only 12. And so essentially that little structure is so small that it's not really usable as a resident, even as a second room. The smaller room, the office, is too small to be a bedroom, too small to be converted. We've done some planning on that, and we would like the ability to add on the rest. If you do decide that it should be a contributing structure, I would understand that. I think it's beautiful. And I'd like to just have an open conversation about possibility of exception. Back, I think there's less there to be preserved. I would hope to preserve, if I can, design it. Adobe room that's back there, but the windows are sort of
worth preserving, and the parapet detailing is falling apart and being held together by roofing mats earlier today. On that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Board members, questions or comments? Rita?
Gabriel. Thanks for this information. I know your project across the street, it's a really nice project. And, I know you do really nice design work. I think one of the things that, you know, and it's good to have this conversation, again, not to look at a status case in complete, you know, absent the, you know, the development of the property or what's down the road. You know, I do think that the front building's a handsome structure. I do think that it contributes to the streetscape on Santa Casio, these kind of tiny little buildings, and really holds a lot of the history of that street in that structure. And that is a savable structure. I'm glad to hear that you're interested in including it in your proposed project. I think, you know, again, you know, we're not reviewing a design proposal, you know, tonight, but I think you saw in the last case that we approved an addition on a primary facade of a contributing structure that was less than 10 feet setback. So it's not impossible. And I would hold that out as a way to kind of think about this property, the development of this building. And I think the board ultimately would be receptive to granting an exception to a design that, you know, considers the history of the building, you know, showing that mass and making some kind of nod, as Richard did in his project, of kind of keeping away from the contributing facade without necessarily hitting that 10-foot rule. So I don't know that statusing the north building as contributing necessarily really disrupts development plans for the property. I also think it'd be a good thing to do given that the feel of the street, given the period of significance for the district, and the amount that building communicates through its integrity right now.
Rita, any other comments? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I just don't think there's even any argument as to whether or not this building is important in contributing to that particular streetscape. I think they actually are both very important for that, but you know, we live in a real world, and I think having both of those two very rustic, non-residential buildings on a single lot being designated as contributing would run counter to a lot of our other goals in being able to have residences being built for people to live in. So I do think that staff's proposal is kind of a compromise point of view. The one in front is not only a handsome building, I think the back building is handsome too in a different way, much more handmade and vernacular. But the front building is just so much more visible, and it has a very distinctive characteristic. And contrary to, I think, the Higbee, in my opinion, it absolutely does relate to the houses across the street. I mean, Santa Casio was there when those residences and those outbuildings were all part of the same household in essence. So I don't think the fact that there's a street now separating the two of them at all interrupts or ruptures that relationship between them. So I think both of those buildings are very significant to that location. I would love to see as much as possible of even the upper building preserved, even if it's considered non-contributing. But the lower building, I think, is unequivocally a contributor to the streetscape, the character, particular area. And I do think that we don't want to put the cart before the horse and decide contributing and not, or status issues based on what the plans are for the property. It's just not the way we proceed, because those are, in my mind, two separate questions. The criteria for status doesn't really depend on the same criteria that exceptions depend on. And so I do agree completely with the philosophy that we status and then we review proposals. And it is not at all a decision that means that someone can't renovate a house even contrary to the strict rules if the exception criteria can be met. We do that relatively regularly. So in this particular case, I could easily imagine a proposal that might require an exception if this was considered contributing that would still allow you, you or any other future property owner to be able to make this livable residential structure.
Thank you. Anyone else on the board wishing to comment? I agree with both of the board members that indicated their comments. And that is true that that first building, it looks very solid to me too. Not only that it contributes to the district, that it contributes to that streetscape, but it looks solid. And it doesn't mean, as these two board members stated, that you cannot come back and add to it in a sensitive manner. And if the board retains or wants to make this contributing. Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, I would like to bring to your attention that there was a recommendation by management that N6 also be included as a primary facade because it illustrates the relationship to the street coming from the west. And so the other two facades are not really visible. So just let that out, put that out there. Just wanted to let you.
So right now, just the north is being, or as indicated by Lanny, just the north is
That's correct.
is a recommendation for primary. And you are indicating what side?
N6, which is to
The west.
Walter Drew, had this as his office, and this building does have a rich history. And so certainly there are opportunities for other additions and other locations. And I agree with Member Bienvenue that we should not consider what's going to be in this.
Chair, would you guys mind bringing up a photo of that N6 facade?
It's the one on the top one.
And that is a historic window, Lanny?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Member Bishop?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, Heather, sorry, I didn't see, N6 is not Lanny's recommendation, but it's a recommendation from management, you said?
Rios, Member Bishai, yes, that is. It wasn't.
I mean, I guess I just would say that this is an extremely small house and designating 3 facades as primary is overly limiting. I would think that we could acknowledge the characteristics of N6, which might be the deep set window and sill, the coping. But I think, I mean, even the 2 facades that are recommended is might be overkill.
Thank you. Bienvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification on that last point, what about N2? Is it being excluded deliberately? Because really N1, N2, and N3 are all what you see from the, I guess, the looking south.
Member Bienvenue, N2 is technically part of the west elevation, does not have any character defining features or anything. So staff did not feel that was important enough to designate. That's all.
Okay, great. Understand. And I just want to clarify one thing. When I said that the board grants exceptions relatively regularly. I didn't mean to imply that, we don't take them seriously. There is a high burden. What I meant is that they often can be, the criteria can be satisfied in a number of occasions. And when that happens, we do grant exceptions.
I'm going to ask for public comment.
Members, Chairwoman Rios, thank you for the ability to speak. I heartily approve with making this a contributing building based on the elevations that have been proposed, including N6. And I just wanted to kind of remark that I've known this property my whole life, having grown up on the east side. And I'm a little amazed that this property is still as intact as it is. And I don't think that statusing these buildings, including the capilla, I don't think anybody's talked about the capilla, other than the fact that it's very minimally built and probably not very strong and survivable as a structure. I don't know, maybe that can be resolved here, but excuse me. These buildings have contributed immensely to the historicity of San Acacio. And there is the vibe, sorry to get airy-fairy here, but the vibe of that street and that neighborhood has always existed due to the character of those buildings on that hillside. There's an awful lot of space that can be built out on that hillside, I think, and in the right hands, I'm sure the applicant has the ability and the foresight and sensitivity to get into this property and respect these buildings. I certainly hope so, but I think that contributing is definitely appropriate. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy. Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, just on the point of the capilla, it's located on a different property. That's what's.
Just giving. Okay, anyone on Zoom?
Chair Rios, no, member.
Anyone on Zoom? Then I will entertain a motion. Yes. Member Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 2023-007358, HDRB 1062 Camino San Acacio. I move that the board status the north structure as contributing with facades N1 and N3 as primary, and that we also status the south building as non-contributing per staff's recommendations.
Is there a second to this motion?
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo, Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachai,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, sir. That is the end of cases for this evening. And we will move on to discussion items. Anything under discussion items?
The only thing is that the RFP, or request for proposals, got issued for the general. So we are going to have a pre-proposal conference with those who might be interested on November 1st. Then there's all this information on the website. And the proposal period closes November 28th. I'll be to the zoning code, the assessment reports, I believe I do.
Matters from the board. No.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and I'll keep it short because I'm up past my bedtime. You know, I voted no on the findings of fact and conclusions of law because we did it as a slate, but I don't understand, I don't necessarily know how they're currently being developed, but one for Grant Avenue seemed to me to not accurately reflect what was presented by staff in the case and what was discussed during the hearing. It portrayed a different recommendation from staff on the status of that picket fence in the wall than was made during the hearing. And it was, you know, the staff's recommendation was contrary to the professional recommendation of John Murphy. And I'm just curious as to, you know, why we would have such a gap between what was presented and what actually winds up in the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Thank you, Chair Rios and Member Guida. You may recall that initially there was a motion to find that we're talking about a picket fence, right? There was a motion to find it non-contributing. There was a second, but that motion was voted down. So then there was a motion to find it contributing. There was a second, and there was a vote to make it contributing. To distinguish between those two, there had to be some facts set forth that have a foundation in the record. Sometimes I find the board doesn't really delve into specific facts that it bases its conclusion on, but I have to conclude that something in the record persuaded the board not only to make the decision, but to vote down the initial motion to find them non-contributing. And you will find as you go through, like, for example, the historic cultural property inventory, that there were facts that the board touched on throughout the hearing that showed that there was historic material on the fence. And it's in the Hickory, for example, the nail pattern was different. Some places it didn't reflect modern construction. That there were some proposals to did not specifically say that fence was going to be demolished and rebuilt, but the fence was going to be repaired, which suggested the reuse of historic materials. That there were several layers of paint on the fence, and all that is found in the Hickby. So yeah, I know the board didn't necessarily say this is, you know, we hang our decision on this fact. My motion is based on this fact. But I can assure you that everything that is in the findings of fact conclusions of law are supported by the packet that was submitted, or that was made public and that was submitted to the board, and presumably the board considered in making its decision.
I'm referencing the portrayal of staff's recommendation, which was not what's written in that finding of fact and conclusions of law. The staff recommended significant status for both structures, in contradiction to the Hickby that was presented. And what I see in the findings of fact and conclusions of law is a bit of revision of that. And it says staff recommended that these walls be contributing, not significant as they made the case. And then further, you know, bolstered that case with things fine from the Hickby, but that weren't part of the discussion. And then it says board agreed. And, you know, maybe I scrutinize this case more closely than others, but, you know, this to me seemed to be a big gulf between what was presented and what, I understand that I didn't vote the way the rest of the board did, but it's not what I experienced here in this room.
You know, as I said, sometimes the board makes a vote and there's a motion. And I don't know that it's necessary that the motion get into specific detail what prompted that board member to make that motion, or for that matter, what prompted each board member to either vote yes or no. But I have to assume there was some basis. You know, these decisions aren't just made like, this is the way I feel tonight. You know, they're based on some evidence.
Sometimes that happens.
Well, but they're based on some evidence that was presented, and in going through the packet, that was the evidence that picket fence was deserving of contributing status. You know, that it had historic materials, that it was in a historic place, that it incorporated historic construction, and that it still exhibited those historic characteristics.
Yeah, because discussion takes place and then specifics are addressed during that discussion. And then the vote takes place. Each one of us is listening to what's taking place. And we're digesting that and we're either going to vote for or vote against.
And Chair Rios, and I know Heather, you have something you want to contribute here, but the only alternative I can see is asking each board member, explain why you voted yes, explain why you voted no, explain.
No, it's not, I'm not asking you to divine our thoughts, but the findings of fact and conclusions of the law say staff's recommendation was that that these two structures be contributing, and that's not what staff's recommendation was. It may have been what the board voted, but it mischaracterized staff's recommendation. Heather?
I'll have to go back and compare that. If that's not correct, I can change that, but I don't think it changes the vote of the
If that was incorrect, that should have been brought up at the time that we are addressing the findings and conclusions,
Heather?
right? To make a,
That's
to make-
fair, yeah.
yes, Heather.
Yes, thank you. So with reference to the findings of fact and conclusions of law, they should absolutely represent the discussion and the decisions. And in this particular case, decision for 135 Grant Avenue was for it to be significant. And why? Because in 2002, Greg Allegretti did a redesign of the fence. And although there was non-historic material, they were not supposed to do that. In fact, the board decision in the minutes clearly states that the historic material needs to be retained as much as possible. So based on the relationship with the historic building, and the historic streetscape, that was the finding of the staff. And those findings are included in the staff report. And oftentimes, you know, the board uses those findings to make decisions. But, you know, and especially in the case of the wall that is adjacent to the Safeway building, the old Safeway building. So, but yeah, I am disturbed that this happened. And I'll take a closer look at Frank's edit once we send it.
Yes, Paul.
Madam Chair, Member Guida, I understand what Member Guida is stating. I did recommend that wall and that fence to be, well, I recommended the picket fence to be significant and the wall to be contributing. But we can't, a fence or a wall cannot be significant. We can't, they can't be recommend, or they can't be, they're not significant. They can be contributing. So that's what I was relayed to. So then I wrote that into the findings of facts, conclusions of law. So I made a mistake. I should have put my recommendation for significant for the picket fence and contributing for the wall in the findings of facts and conclusion of law. And that's where I made a mistake, because I was told that you can't make that recommendation for the fence and the wall. It has to be contributing, can't be significant. And so I took that after the fact and put that in, but I should have, that's my mistake. I own that. Because I understand what Member Guida is saying.
Okay. Yes, Heather.
Defer, thank you, Chair Rios. I defer to Frank, but I think within the same meeting.
I don't, you know, the outcome would have been the same. I mean, this is why I didn't raise the question of the findings of fact and conclusions of law. It's just a, you know, and Paul, I understand your point. It's just a matter of, you know, I read this document and it says staff recommended X, Y, and Z, which I was here. That was, you know, you pointed out, not what your recommendations were, and the board agreed. And that's how this was written up. And I would just recommend a little bit more care in some of these things. And I'll speak up in advance next time.
Sorry, not to prolong this discussion, but I guess it's more of a question for, for the lawyers in the room. On the findings of fact for 578 West San Francisco Street, the demolition of the house that burned. There was both a finding that the applicant did not request demolition of the stone wall in front of the property, and a finding that the board found that the demolition criteria were not approved for the wall. But I was confused by that. I don't know if that's sort of typical practice. I mean, it wasn't even presented as part of the case, but it had two findings associated with it.
Member Benvenu,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, also not wanting to prolong this conversation.
by prolonging.
I mean, just in general, I think where Member Guida got at the very end of that discussion is exactly the point. I mean, I know for a fact that no one over there ever wants to put anything in the findings of fact and conclusions of law that aren't fully accurate, but they creep in. They definitely do creep in, and it's our obligation to take a look at them and point that out and ask that they be revised either ahead of time or during the hearing, and then approve them as amended, because that does happen. And I think this was a classic example of just what you're pointing out is not the outcome, which is a different issue that Frank was explaining, is trying to understand what did the board base this on? But what you're saying is there was just a misstatement of fact. And that, when it's pointed out, I think will always get changed. What Frank would normally do is probably go back and look at the staff report and just check. So I think that's pretty easily resolved, although it is cumbersome. And to the other point, I think that the findings of fact and conclusions of law is yet another opportunity for the board to establish its record. So even things that weren't necessarily explicitly stated at the time of the hearing, if they were implied and then they're incorporated into findings and then approved by the board, it's as if they were stated, because we've now approved those representations. So I do think there's always an opportunity to add clarity at that stage, and not only an opportunity, but I think it's important to do so that there's something, a document there that lasts for all time that people can look at and understand how to reach this decision. And that kind of, I hope that kind of answers your question as well.
Madam Chair, again, not to belabor this discussion, I find this discussion very informative, and I'm glad to be able to explain anything you have a question about. If I may address Member Beachide, you said in the conclusions of law for 578 West San Francisco, I wrote, the applicant has not sought approval when the board does not approve the demolition of the north-facing River Rock yard wall. What was the problem there?
No, I didn't think there's any problem. I just was curious because that wasn't actually asked for by the applicant, and it wasn't expressed by the board because we weren't asked to rule on that.
Well, so, and I thought that what I expressed there is if that river, I don't want a finding of fact and conclusions of law to be read more broadly than what the board either approved or disapproved. So if we say demolition approved, and there's something that really wasn't discussed, then I don't want in the future somebody to say, oh, we got approval for a demolition, we can demolish that River Rock yard wall as well. Well, that demolition was not approved, so I thought it was important to distinguish. You know, if you wanted to demolish the River Rock yard wall, you should have brought it up in the board, you know.
No, I actually brought up in I remember asking, like, is the rock wall still there? Is it contributing? Because I didn't want that. No, I was just curious as why, because it wasn't asked for, why it was a finding in this case. I don't have a problem with my vote to approve that.
Thank you.
Board members, if there's nothing further, our next meeting is going to be Tuesday, November the 14th. I will not be here. I told you, I'm going to be out of town November 11th to December 11th. So just watch the other chair. And I do want to thank board members and everyone on staff. I'm very proud of this board because we are a thinking board, and I think that that is shown at every board meeting. We don't just rubber stamp things. We thoroughly look at the project. I think we do our homework. We discuss the project. We come to the best conclusion that we can. And that's all in the discussions that we take place. So, gracias. And we'll see you next time. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Second.
Call vote, Melissa.
Okay, Member Valdo. Member Aguilar Medrano. Member Beachside. Member Bienvenu.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Mather. The
Yes.
motion has been approved. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone.